by the opening of our actual expo as we continue our forum and we have discussions on food security among other priority items which will be discussed. Here we see some of our dignitaries and specially invited guests entering. We're also going to have guest schools because it's important to really introduce the next generation to agriculture and figure out how we continue agricultural sustainability over time. We also have key members of the private sector as well. And joining us right now on a set, we have our Minister of Communications, Minister De Nobrega, also Member of Parliament for Diego Martin Central. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Hans. Thank you.
Well, I am so thankful for the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries having us here today, and of course, CARICOM. But let us know, what is the importance of this particular initiative for Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, Hans, here's the thing, right? It is, while this is important for Trinidad and Tobago, yes, this is, you quite rightly said, in fact, you covered a lot of it in your lead-in. This is the second of these events. The first
Right.
one happened in May of this year. The Honorable Prime Minister and a delegation would have gone to Guyana. Prime Minister would have made commitments at that point to continue the conversation around agriculture and food security. We have since then also had a delegation led by the Minister of Youth Development
Right.
and National Service also go to Guyana to work with his counterparts and in Guyana to look at the way that youth is being specifically targeted for their involvement in agriculture. So today is extremely important, not only because it puts Trinidad and Tobago, the best of Trinidad and Tobago on show, but it is also this country and the government taking a lead role in a step towards regional food security.
Right.
I think we've seen, especially in the last 2 years, how activities that happen hundreds of miles away from us can directly impact our day-to-day lives. And this, 25 by 25 is a key initiative. It is really about securing food production, securing routes for it to be moved across the region, and really about us embracing not our just Trinbagonianness, but our CARICOMness as well.
Yes, it's so important because they say we really can't do it alone. One of the best ways
No.
for us to move forward is really together as a region to effectively compete on any stage. And here we see Moko Jumbi's Trinidad and Tobago's culture on full display
Full display, yes.
here today. What are some of the outcomes we expect from this forum today?
Well, the forum is really about facilitating conversations, the sharing of ideas. There will be panel discussions after the initial ceremonial opening, where we will see remarks by the Prime Minister of Barbados, the President of Suriname, the President of Guyana, Mr. Jervis Warner, in his own capacity, his own CARICOM capacity
Yes.
in terms of private organizations, private sector organizations, and also the keynote address by our own Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. Following that, we will see, I think that should end somewhere around 10:30.
Yeah.
We will see the forum, the business side of the forum open up, and panel conversations, again around agriculture, obviously, food and nutrition, trade and industry, innovation, all the things that we need to keep driving, all the key inputs that we need to keep driving, again, in order to facilitate a revamped and renewed innovation-driven agricultural sector, not just for here, but for the region.
Yeah, and we see how technology is actually playing into agriculture now with involvement from COSTAT, UTT, and even the University of the West Indies. We just saw the Minister of Public Utilities, Marvin
arrived,
Gonzalez. He has arrived. And
You have to make sure and get him here to speak to you as well.
well, that's a different story. But today we're dealing with agriculture, land and fisheries, and obviously how we're going to improve agriculture through innovation and investment. Now, the general public may not be able to come to this actual event, but for the next 3 days, the exposition just opposite Napa at the Queen's Park, Savannah, is open. What are some of the things in the expo we can look forward to?
So we will, once we are through with the formalities today, the expo will be open to the public at 4:30. That will be following ceremonial opening and welcome. The delegates will take a tour, and then it is open from 4:30 to 10 o'clock tonight, and then Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Free admission. We have over 300 exhibitors across the entire value chain. You now see the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government arriving as well.
Yes, and also accompanied by businessman Dave Budu Singh. So we're seeing private public partnership as well, because that's definitely the way we have to move forward.
As I said, it's really about facilitating conversations and facilitating that those partnerships between public and private. So we will see people inputs across the entire value chain of agriculture. So from the farmer, from the producer, through to the wholesalers, the manufacturers, the distributors. We will see all of them, and also putting them in place to also speak with investors, local, regional, and international. When we go across to the Expo, as I said, 300 exhibitors from across the agricultural sector. We will have activities for children. Ministry of Trade and Industry has a B2B area set up so that businesses can speak with businesses, do presentations. That, my understanding, is it has been almost oversubscribed at this point. So we're expecting a lot of that sort of cross-pollination, those things to happen. And of course, we will have, it's a village theme expo. We will have a locally inspired food court. There's going to be activities. There's going to be entertainment, really showcasing our Trinbagonianness. Everything that Trinbago has to offer will be on display at the expo. I am inviting everyone. Come down to the expo this evening, and over the weekend you will be so happy that you attended.
Now, I got a chance to take a sneak peek at the expo yesterday, and quite a few things. There's aquaponics, there's the farmers market, and the farmers market is obviously a way that we've been able to save money as citizens going directly to the farmers, to the farmers markets. There's aquaponics, there's the petting zoo.
There's petting zoo. I saw some of the animals coming in last night, yesterday as well. As I said, there is so much. There's something for everyone to see.
Yes.
And you're also seeing through the exhibitions on display, we are seeing that the traditional image of farming is no longer what farming is all about. Yes, there will be people who are there and who embrace farming in its traditional sense, but I have seen, especially, as I said, in the displays that are set up, so much technology, so much process innovation on display by numerous exhibitors. I'm really looking forward, when this is done, just to go there to experience it as a citizen.
All right. So for citizens out there, we urge you all. Here we actually have Elizabeth Montano, the CEO of Montano's Chocolate Company,
who are also one of the
exhibitors. And this is the thing. We're talking about the entire food chain.
Correct.
Distribution, everything. We're talking about the full food chain when it comes to the expo and even the forum. Who are some of the speakers we can expect, and what are some of the nations represented here today? Well,
we have, the list is so long, I hope I don't miss out anybody. We have delegations from St. Kitts, St. Vincent, Guyana, Barbados, Haiti, Suriname, of course, Trinidad and Tobago. I know there are one or two inside that I'm missing as well, but we have delegations from across the region who are all here to participate and to add value, because, as I said, while this is Trinidad and Tobago on display, the conversation is not contained within our borders. This is a regional conversation that Trinidad is leading at this time.
Now, how can the average citizen get involved in the conversation? That's one for the people that they would need to know.
Well, I mean, TTT is carrying the forum across all its platforms. So we are live right now on air. We will be live online. We will be live on the YouTube channel. But in addition to that, we are also carrying a streaming. We're also streaming to all our regional partners as well. So even throughout the region, people will be able to log on to see the forum, to be part of the conversation. And I suppose the ideas that come out of this, it is not really about what happens only today, but the ideas that are sparked, the opportunities that are acknowledged, and that we have an opportunity to explore coming out of this forum. And that is what is so key to this. It is the long-lasting conversation that will continue throughout the region.
Well, some of the panel discussions and topics we expect today: food and nutrition, agriculture, innovation and technology, agriculture, finance and marketing, agriculture, trade and investment. And in terms of our CARICOM leaders, we expect obviously our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who's actually here on a state visit, and he was the previous host of the forum, the Honorable Miamo Motley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Barbados, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname and the Chairman of CARICOM, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, and Mr. Gervais Warner, Chairman of CARICOM Private Sector Organization. So we are in for a great one today, and we have so many different dignitaries and ministers here to discuss the impact that we expect from this forum. Let's take a look at outside right now and see more of our dignitaries, our delegates, all coming in today to be part of the forum. I really want to thank you, Minister De Nobrega, for being here with us and really giving a beautiful overview of not just the forum, but also the Expo, what it means, where we're going from here in terms of innovation and agriculture, and how we are really going to change it through investment. So, you know, like I say, we have school kids as well coming in, and although it's not a school day, a traditional school day in the school term, they are wearing their uniforms representing their separate institutions. And joining us on set, we talk about investment, we talk about trade. This is the person to speak to, Minister, the very Honorable Paula Gopi-Skun. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Happy to be here. It's a wonderful day.
Now, tell me, trade and industry, what do we expect to get out of this particular forum and expo?
So a significant part of agriculture is the transformation throughout the value chain. So if you're talking about feeding ourselves, food security, sustainability, it's not just going to be the primary production. It also has to be the other things along the value chain, the processing.
Yes.
And agro-processing is a subsector of manufacturing, the warehousing, the distribution, the employment of persons. And so this extends right through the entire chain.
Mm-hmm. What are some of the moves that the ministry has been able to make to aid in that process?
We aid a lot of the MSMEs because they're the ones who are transitioning, whether it is from agriculture into manufacturing, or whether it is from being a small manufacturer into a medium-sized manufacturer, whether it is they're moving from just supplying in Trinidad and Tobago to exporting within the region and extra-regionally. We're supporting through Export TT, also through the ministry, through a number of grants that are available, co-financing opportunities in the way of financing up to $500,000 TT to have them certified to enter other markets, because different markets would have their different certification requirements. So it's a lot, but a lot will be heard today and about transforming. And again, it's not just about big business. Yes, it's attracting investors, but it's about giving attention to those producers on the ground and giving attention to those who are now processing and ensuring that there are linkages between agriculture, between energy and agriculture. And I say energy and agriculture in terms of the production of fertilizer, which is needed. Once you're talking large-scale agriculture in Guyana, you're talking fertilizers. and so on that are needed. And Trinidad and Tobago has that capability as well through Nutrien, through MHTL, so that it's a lot of forward and backward linkages along the
Yeah,
chain.
that interregional trade is happening.
That's right. And it's about the region. And I'm glad you raised that word. It's the region that this is about. Food security for the region and cutting down on that food import bill for across the region, which is 4.7 billion US dollars.
Wow.
And Trinidad and Tobago just crossed over. It had actually increased to 6 billion TT.
Wow.
Not good.
So by 2025, down by at least 25%.
25 by 25.
25 by
that's the
25.
goal, and it involves all of us making the right choices about what we eat and about growing what we eat, even if it's in our backyards, even if it's on our porches, through vertical systems and so on. Everyone has to participate in that 25 by 25.
Now, you spoke about the MSMEs earlier, but how does one get involved? How does one find the information if they don't know?
Also, the ministry recently launched about 2 months ago, and we already have 110,000 users, a trade and business information portal where you go on to find out how do I start a business, and it takes you straight into the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and, into the Office of the Attorney General. It takes you right through the processes to doing business, doing trade, investing, etc., giving you all of the information on HS codes by customs, giving you all of the international trade statistics so that you understand the gaps that are available and the niche that you can find in terms of doing business. And so it's all about opportunities. And I think this is what this forum is about. This is what this exhibition is about. It's opportunity.
It's opportunities. The opportunity awaits us, Trinidad and Tobago, and the entire CARICOM region. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Minister,
You're very
and
welcome.
being here and making it all happen.
Thank
Like
you.
I mentioned before, the students are here as well in their uniforms because it is also important to engage the young population of the Caribbean in our agricultural sustainability and in deciding how we improve in so many ways. This is the Trinidad and Tobago, this is the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, again, on the heels of the one held in Guyana from May 19th to 21st earlier this year. The expected outcomes include raising awareness of the importance of food security and having a resilient and sustainable agriculture system, showcasing agriculture stakeholders and the advancements made across the sector over the past few decades, and encouraging discussions between key stakeholders in the agriculture sector, both locally and regionally, and even stretching to internationally. We also have just under 20 different nations represented here. There's Brazil, there's Bahamas, there's Virgin Islands, there's Antigua and Barbuda, there's St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there's Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica, and we can go on in terms of the names. So once again, this is the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. You can follow right here on TTT, everything happening, but we do invite you to the Expo happening in the Queen's Park, Savannah over the next 3 days. You can see the exhibitors, you can ask the questions, and you can find out how you, as an individual, can get involved in what's happening. So we have the CARICOM Minister, we have the CARICOM Affairs here, ready to be dealt with in so many different ways. Like I said, we are here at the National Academy for the Performing Arts. Here we see some of our specially invited guests, dignitaries, delegates, all in the hall, patiently waiting with bated breath for the forum to begin. My name is Hans Devines. We get ready to head inside to the hall at the National Academy for the Performing Arts here in the capital city of Trinidad and Tobago, Port of Spain. This is the Trinidad and Tobago Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. and Expo 2 here in Trinidad and Tobago. We are in the National Academy of Performing Arts in Port of Spain. We say greetings to everyone throughout the region viewing and listening. We are so happy to have you with us. Our region's leaders are all here, and if they're not here, they are well represented. As today we have our forum, and over the next 3 days we have the Expo, where different exhibitors and those interested, invested, and participating in our agriculture sector are most present. Now, today inside our forum, some of the discussions include building out the CARICOM's agri-food value and distribution chains. We're going to have Mr. Gervais Warner, chairman of CARICOM Private Sector Organization, discussing that particular item. We're going to have CARICOM 25% by 2025 within the global context and mandates. The Honorable Emir Amor Motley QC, Prime Minister of Barbados, will be having that discussion. Progress and vision for the CARICOM agri-food sector. His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of Guyana, who is actually here on a state visit, will be holding that particular discussion. CARICOM community and its overall development policy. His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santoki, President of Suriname and Chairman of CARICOM, will be having that particular one. And then we have our featured speaker, our Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley. Now, our panel discussions today, our first one is actually going to be moderated by Dr. Dami Sinanan, who is the Manager of Competitiveness and Export Promotion at the Caribbean Export Development Agency. Food and nutrition is the topic. We have Ms. Muia Elias, co-founder and director of Empower Nutrition Limited. Mr. Sean Bow, program manager, agricultural and agro-industrial development, CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana. Dr. Renata Clark, Sub-Regional Coordinator, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Now, our discussion that will follow that one, we have agriculture, innovation, and technology. And this discussion would really look at the way that technology can impact, influence, and really help our agricultural sector within the region. We have Mr. Hamlin Holder, Managing Director of Cube Root Farms, Mr. Ricardo Beres, founder of Purposely, Mr. Ralph Burkhoff, General Manager of Berry Cove, and Mr. Glenn Ramdani, Executive Chairman of Novo Farms. Our panel discussions continue, but the following panel discussions will be moderated by Mr. Daniel Best, Director of Projects at the Caribbean Development Bank. And this is particularly important because we know the importance of investment in agriculture to make it sustainable, to make it grow, to make it happen the way it really should. Agriculture, finance, and marketing. We have Ms. Karen Yipchuk, General Manager, Commercial and Retail Banking, Republic Bank Limited. Mr. Sekou Mark, Chairman of the Agricultural Development Bank, Mr. Derwin Humphrey, Program Management Specialist in Economic Growth and Local Works Development at USAID, and Mr. Marcus Suncow, CEO of Fresh Start Juices. After that, our discussion will be on agriculture, trade, and investment. Dr. Desmond Ali, Executive Director of the Caribbean Poultry Association. Mr. Alistair Glean, Specialist for International Trade and Regional Integration from the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. And Dr. Patrick Antoine, Technical Director of CARICOM Private Sector Organization. So a packed day with important discussions on how we mold, shape, and expand the agriculture sector throughout the Caribbean region and beyond. My name is Hans Devines. We are here at the Agricultural Forum and Expo. We are going to be back with more, and when we come back, we head inside the hall for today's discussions.
Prime Minister of Grenada. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. His Excellency Dr. Ariel Henry, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. The Honorable Philip Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname. Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I just ask you to remain standing for her arrival of Her Excellency. Her Excellency Christine Kangaloo, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please remain standing for the national anthem of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, performed by one of our national superstar panists, Mr. Joshua Regrello. Thank you. I ask you to please remain standing for the opening prayers shared by Pundit Lloyd Mukram Serju, Bishop Andre John Imam, and Maulana Atif Suleimani. Thank you.
Namaste, Sitaram, Assalamu alaikum, and a pleasant good morning to everyone. All protocols observed. Let us bow our heads in prayer. Dear God, this morning, we come before you in all humility and sincerity to seek your blessings and guidance on the success of this Agricultural Forum Expo. We kindly request your blessings on all those persons who initiated this program, the organizers, the planners, the implementers. We continue to make submissions on behalf of the people of this region for success in all our endeavors, O Lord. May we all receive your blessings to be saved from the health issues that affect us, together with the effects of wars and natural disasters. As we seek your blessings this day on the agricultural community and the farmers for continued success in all their endeavors, we further implore your grace on the leaders of the Caribbean community to lead us and guide us with great regard for human life and dignity, with love and justice, where each of us will be embedded with a sense of belonging and caring. Help us to become a community of loving and caring individuals upon all those whom we encounter in our daily lives. Dear Lord, please enable our leaders to go forward in the face of many obstructions to noble work, and let them respond with patience in circumstances where less than intelligent behavior is on display. Grant them all mental and physical capacity to lead us in peace and prosperity. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kasye Dukha Bhag Bhave. May all be happy. May all be free from disabilities. May we all behold what is auspicious. May none suffer from sorrow. Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shanti Hari Om.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Pandit. All protocols observed. The CARICOM is the oldest surviving integration movement in the developing world. It is a group of 20 countries, 15 member states, and 5 associates. I pray today that the goodness of God and the greatness of God will manifest itself in His mercies over our deliberation and our administration in this Agricultural Investment Forum. May we know that we need the help of Almighty God for His providence, preservation, and blessings over our region. We must guard our conviction to know that our leaders, and as great as our countries may presume to be, do not have the capacity to stop the difficulties that we face with natural disasters that will certainly affect the productivity that our farmers and our agricultural society will have to face. Therefore, we call upon Almighty God that He would grant us His mercies, His blessings, and His divine favor, that we be spared from these horrible things that face us as natural disasters. We pray that as we cry out before God to save us from these disasters and loss of lives and property and the economics of our various nations, that God, in preserving us, will bless us and prosper us as a people. We are told by Jesus Christ that whatsoever we ask the Father in his name, that will he do. Therefore, we ask for his grace and his favor. It is said in Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 18 that we should remember with profound respect the Lord our God, for it is he who has given you the power to make wealth, that he may confer his covenant, which he restored solemnly promised to your fathers, as it is this day. Joel the prophet, in very difficult times of famine, not spared by the wrath of the locusts, penned these words in his prophecy for God's restoration over his people. And I quote, "And I will compensate you the years that the swarming locust has eaten, the creeping locust, the stripping locust, the gnawing locust, my great army which I send among you. You will have plenty to eat and be satisfied, and praise the name of the Lord your God, who has dealt wondrously with you and with my people, and you shall not be put to shame. And you shall know without a doubt that I'm in the midst of you to protect and bless you, and that I am the Lord your God, and there is no other. My people will never be put to shame. Therefore, Almighty God, I pray that you would help us at this forum to achieve our expected outcome for our food security and having a resilience for sustainable agricultural systems. Grant us your wisdom to create the technology and investment opportunities to improve our agricultural production and productivity in this region. In Jesus' name, amen.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace, mercy, blessings, and guidance of one true God be upon each and every one of you. Today is a very special day, so let us make this special prayer or the dua from the bottom of our heart, with the presence of the mind and with the presence of the heart, so that our duas can be heard. And we should always believe that our Creator, our God, is the one who responds to our invocations. As long as we make those invocations, we make those duas with all the sincerity and with all the ikhlas. So join with me in this very special dua or in this very special prayer by raising the hands if you wish. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept our duas. Ameen. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. اللهم صل على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا ومولانا محمد وبارك وسلم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Ya Rabbul Alameen, Ya Rabbus Samawati wal Ard, O the Lord of the heavens and the earth. We praise you and we thank you for every blessing that you have bestowed upon all of us. We thank you for the life, for the health, for the wealth, for the iman, for every single favor that we enjoy in our life. We acknowledge and we accept that whatever we have and whatever we possess and whatever we enjoy, it is only through your grace, O the Lord of the heavens and the earth. It is only through your assistance and through your bounties, Ya Allah. Ya Rabbul Alameen, you are the only honor of the day of judgment. You are the oft forgiving and you are the most merciful Lord. We worship to you, Ya Allah. You alone we worship and you alone we seek for help, because we know that you are the only one who can grant us. And we ask you and we beg you this morning that give us the straight path, show us the straight path, the path of those on whom you bestowed your favors, not the path of those who earned your anger and those who gone astray. Ya Rabbal Alameen, we ask you, Ya Allah, that to shower your richest and your choicest blessings upon all our leaders of the Caribbean region. Ya Allah, you are Hakim and you are the wise. Indeed, you are the honor of the knowledge and the wisdom. Kindly bestow upon our leaders immaculate wisdom, knowledge and experience that they may govern in the best interests of all of our people and along the path of sustainability and economies and the food securities. Ya Allah, O the Lord of the heavens and the earth, our Creator, grant them the faith that leads to humility in all their interactions. Instill in their hearts, instill in our hearts the presence of the mind to turn to you for wise counsel in all their deliberations and their decisions. Let all their joint ventures lead to strong Caribbean unity among all the leaders and our people, Ya Allah. Let us all have the courage to enjoin what is right and to forbid what is wrong, as we glorify you in truth and reverence. Ya Allah, grant us the peace, grant us the peace, grant us the tranquility in all of our lands, Ya Allah. Bless those who are working for the prosperity and the advancement of this beloved nation, this country, Trinidad and Tobago, and the entire region, Ya Allah, and the entire region. Ya Allah, bless this step of, or this idea of transforming the agriculture through innovation and the investment, Ya Allah. Bless each and every one of us. Guide each and every one of us with your guidance, Ya Allah. Forgive us with your forgiveness, Ya Allah. Protect us with your protection. We ask you, accept our du'as, accept our supplication, accept our prayers for the sake of your beloved Prophet Muhammad. Peace be upon him. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursaleen. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Birahmatika ya arhamar rahimeen. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those blessings. You can be seated. I would like to acknowledge the arrival of the Honorable Mia Armour Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Welcome. Okay, so we will continue. I heard that she was here, seated in the second row. No? But she is here. As we continue, Her Excellency Christine Kangaloo, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, the Honorable Mia Armour Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Ariel Henry, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, the Honorable Philip Pear, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. the Honorable Natalio D. Wheatley, Premier, British Virgin Islands, Honorable Ministers, other heads of delegation and senior officials, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Dr. Carla N. Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, permanent secretaries, distinguished captains of industry, the media, people of the Caribbean community. A very, very warm welcome this morning. I am Natasha Jones, and it is indeed my honor to be your Master of Ceremonies this morning. Today we come together as a continuation of and contribution to the goal of putting agriculture front and center in regional development. Today also highlights the unity of heads of states to build a regional consensus for agricultural development in CARICOM. Also of significance today is the very public recommitment of the private sector to take a more direct and proactive role in the development of the agriculture in CARICOM. They are also shouldering the responsibility of achieving that ambitious target of reducing imports from extra-regional sources by 25% by 2025. Today's official opening of the TT Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 is occurring exactly 3 months after the first installment in Guyana on May the 19th. It is a significant day, not just for Trinidad and Tobago, but for CARICOM. Today advances the platform for deepening regional integration, investment, and economic growth through the development of agriculture. This forum precedes the Expo, which showcases the diversity, creativity, and most importantly, the passion of the people and products of this sector towards the common goal of transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. Now, to set the tone for today's forum, please welcome to the stage performance artist Darren Sandy.
Extra, extra, I reading. And you would not believe what I'm seeing. By the way, good morning. Clearly today all are we speeding. But this news is the best news. Despite the angle, it is the best view. Welcome to Trinidad and Tobago. As we say, I'll get through. Let me, let you take a taste of this story. To the head of government from Haiti. Look right here. It says that right now we light years ahead in our agricultural diversity. Welcome to the head from St. Lucia. The story says our livestock is stuck for our future. To the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it says we are getting in to hydro farming. And while the world's economy is falling, our increases are startling, and the world is starting to ask for samplings of our seedlings because agriculture is now our being. To the head from BVI, Grenada, and Barbados. Look, it's saying right here. The rest of them already bade us goodbye because we did find a way out of challenging times. And to the head from Guyana, we found that way out through our flora and through our fauna. And to Suriname's head, it says we are no longer goners. This is the best thing I ever read in newspapers. To the ministers from Jamaica, Bermuda, Montserrat. You might wonder, what kind of report paints CARICOM like that? In fact, we put the Caribbean states on the map. To the rep from Brazil, isn't this welcoming? That even in pandemics and hell coming, we well forming our phonics to pronounce A for agriculture, B for better, C for CARICOM, Caribbean innovation, commercialization of our food systems. What is a welcome without wishing that this report is accurate? But the day must come where we will sustain our food policy. where the way we eat is matched by technology that promotes sustainability. This is more than a welcome. This is the ability to dream. Maybe this news report is a report from a near future. And maybe the heads of state and government reps will see that so many youth waiting on this kind of paper to read, because you know there's one thing about this paper, it can't feed a hungry child. So welcome to continuing to find the reduction for food that comes from another land, and welcome to the 2025 vision, and welcome for food for thought, for conversations that will be conversions in this version of our economy. Welcome to sowing, where we're hoping for a rich reap. Welcome to the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, promoting regional cures for hungry bellies. Extra, extra, a reading, waiting, and hoping.
The power of the spoken word, and that's what we're here today for. That's Darren Sandy, ladies and gentlemen, adding some brevity and some seriousness to this event, this forum. So Dr. Carla N. Barnett, CBE, became the 8th Secretary General of the Caribbean Community on the 15th of August, 2021. Dr. Barnett, an economist, has worked across CARICOM for over 30 years. She was the first woman to be appointed as Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Belize, and the first woman and youngest person to be appointed as Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. She was also Vice President Operations at the Caribbean Development Bank. As a consultant, Dr. Barnett has provided advisory services in public sector, financial management, and strategic planning throughout CARICOM. As a politician, Dr. Barnett contested the 2015 Belize general election and was a senator and a minister of state in the Belize government from 2015 to 2020. She is an advocate for gender equality as the right thing to do to create a more stable and equitable society, and as good economic policy. Dr. Barnett has received several awards, including the Commander of the British Empire, acronym CBE, for distinguished public service. I would now like to invite Dr. Carla N. Barnett, Secretary General CARICOM, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Proper protocols having been observed, it is indeed my pleasure to join everyone here today at this Regional Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, being hosted in its second installment by the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. This Forum and Expo is an opportunity for further practical engagement on the agri-food systems agenda, building on the recent forum in May, and to facilitate targeted discussions that will take place today on the strategic direction that the region is taking towards safeguarding the food and nutrition security of its people. This is even more critical as we in CARICOM are faced with the increasing risk of food insecurity. This forum is one of the several regional responses to this grim reality. It follows the first successful edition held in Guyana and organized by the lead head of government with responsibility for agriculture, agriculture diversification, and food security in the CARICOM Quasi-Cabinet, His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of Guyana. Food and nutrition security as a multidimensional issue has implications for a number of social and economic areas, including tourism, manufacturing, healthcare costs, education, culture, security. As part of a high-level response, CARICOM, through President Ali, and the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security, has placed agriculture at the forefront of production-related policies, programs, and projects for the region. The Ministerial Task Force is seeking to actively ensure a strong focus on innovation and technology transfer as we seek to increase production of the specially targeted commodities so as to achieve the target of 25% reduction in our food import bill by 2025. This encompasses water management, market information, application of technological solutions, climate resilient planting materials, sustainable land and soil management, as well as the preservation of the region's biodiversity. The aim is to increase agri-food production in ways that will also ensure the sustainable development of the region's agri-food systems. Declining rainfall and saltwater intrusion as a result of sea level rise compromise the region's water resources, requiring significant investments to ensure a safe water supply in the region. This, together with higher temperatures, pests, reductions in agricultural labor force, and more extreme events are reducing yields in the Caribbean and causing more crop losses. The results of the April 2022 CARICOM World Food Programme Livelihood Survey were really quite discouraging. It concluded that the incidence of food insecurity is rising and is having a devastating effect on the people of the region. The key messages, as daunting as they are, include food security has further increased, food prices are increasing, and people are adopting negative coping strategies to make ends meet. To address these concerns, we have moved the talk to action. The plans and targets which we have set for ourselves are coming together. We set out to tackle several obstacles that have been standing in our way for far too long. We are therefore pleased to report the following advances. First, the approval of 4 game-changing policy actions and strategies, namely the CARICOM trade policy for animals and animal products, which will create a harmonized procedure for all member states within the region, the regional agricultural health and food safety policy, the alternate sanitary and phytosanitary dispute resolution mechanism, and 19 special guidelines for the trade in animal and plant commodities. Second, we have strengthened partnerships with and among our stakeholders, including the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, and several financial institutions. Third, we have moved closer to the free movement of agricultural workers to support this agricultural transformation when heads of government agreed in July to a definition of agricultural workers. Fourth, our work through the Ministerial Task Force and in collaboration with the CARICOM Private Sector Organization has led to agreement on the priority commodities for regional investment and further development. Our regional and international development partners, including FAO and ICA, have offered solid support for our 25% by 2025 regional food bill reduction program. Also, the Summit of the Americas process has led to the establishment of a committee of Caribbean and US high-level representatives to consider mechanisms to urgently support the strengthening of food security in the region. Achieving food and nutrition security, and in particular, achieving the target of reducing food imports, requires us to be all on board and all hands on deck. The challenging global and economic conditions that have given us the clearest indication that in order to survive as a region, we must pull together in the spirit of the shared vision that created the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. Member states have demonstrated the resolve to remove all the impediments which have for far too long retarded the growth of the regional agricultural sector. And that process, as indicated earlier, has taken off already. There is a role for all to play. This is our region. Our participation and our support matter. It is crucial that we spread the word and encourage each and everyone to support regionally produced agricultural commodities. Plant your own backyards, invest in the agriculture value chain. We all have to champion the vision of regional food and nutrition security. The theme of this forum and expo, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment is most appropriate. Embracing technology and innovation will be critical to overcoming the challenges which we are facing. The way that we grow, reap, manufacture, work, and engage in our productive processes must change. They must be driven by technology through innovation. This is vital for the region's agriculture sector and food systems, and of course for the economy and society as a whole. I want to take this opportunity to emphasize to our young people that there are excellent opportunities in this new agriculture. Smart agriculture goes beyond planting and growing systems that incorporate new technologies. There is a growing demand for online platforms, extension apps, agricultural marketing apps, drone operators, data analytics, and crop forecast apps, to name just a few. This is the time and the opportunity to say to our young people, get involved. The opportunities in the agricultural sector are there to be taken up. And there are gaps which you as young people can bring your new thinking to in order to create further opportunities for yourselves. I want to put on record our appreciation and support to the government of Trinidad and Tobago for the efforts which are on display here and which you will see during this event. It sends a clear message that every single CARICOM member state has made food and nutrition security a priority. I want to wish us all a very successful forum and expo, which will augur well for CARICOM, our Caribbean farmers, agri-processors, and all our people. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett, for your warm words and for sharing your vision with us. So now let's hear on building out the CARICOM's agri-food value and distribution chains. And who better to explain but Mr. Gervais Warner. Gervais Warner is the first chairman of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, the CPSO. So the CPSO was designated an associate institution of the Caribbean community at the 40th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government in July of 2019. Mr. Warner is also the president of and group CEO of Massey Holdings, whose vision, a global force for good and investment holding company with a Caribbean heart, informs his participation in the CPSO. Mr. Warner holds an MBA from the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, as well as BSE degrees in electrical engineering and computer science engineering from the University of Pennsylvania. He also serves on the boards of directors for Citicorp Merchant Bank, Trinidad and Tobago, the Arthur Luckjack Graduate School of Business, and United Way, Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Gervais Warner.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be here. All protocols observed. Please entertain me while I give some thanks to some very important people. First, I'd like to thank our own Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, and his team and his cabinet for organizing this really important forum. So thank you for convening the occasion for us to do this. I'd also like to thank His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. It is through President Ali's leadership that we've got a really big emphasis on agriculture and agri-foods, and I just really want to thank him for his leadership and the role that he has played. We wouldn't be here, the private sector, the CPSO, without the support and really a lot of assistance by the Honorable Mia Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, who was really pioneered the cause of bringing the private sector to the table. And lastly, I do wish to recognize His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of Suriname, who was a fantastic host at the last conference heads in Paramaribo, to all of the heads of government and to all of the delegates who attended. Thank you very much, President Santokhi. So I really don't want to go into a long list like that, but I just really felt that I wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to these individuals and to all the heads who are here. The fact that we have so many heads of CARICOM here this morning is a tremendous demonstration of the commitment at the highest levels to this project to resuscitate and to actually create a fantastic and amazing initiative around agri-food production. So, ladies and gentlemen, you know that in 2000 we had this pandemic. And we were all on lockdowns and restrictions. And we're now coming out of that world of restrictions and lockdowns. But we've emerged into a new world. A world that didn't exist in 2000 when we shut down. A world that, quite frankly, is a little bit more, or quite a bit more, volatile. We have global crises taking place with major disruptions associated with supply chains, global tensions, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what we're seeing between China and the United States, and it's creating a lot of volatility in financial markets. We've also come into an environment of huge inflation. We heard the Secretary General talk about growing food prices and the implications of that, growing fuel prices and the implications of that. This is made worse by the strengthening of the US dollar, which creates additional challenges for developing countries, small island development states, balance of trade. We also have these profound climate vulnerability incidents with amazing fires, droughts, floods, that again are interrupting the supply of food around the world. And ladies and gentlemen, this creates a really, really challenging set of implications for us here in the Caribbean, in CARICOM. It is our lowest income families and people who are most affected by this environment in which we find ourselves. There was a study by the World Food Program that found that 32% of the CARICOM population reduced food consumption between 2020 and 2021. And that's before the crisis of inflation that we have right now. With some families missing at least one meal every day. Against this backdrop, there's an emergence of some worrying protectionist policies that I know that in our negotiations we've been trying to work against. But think about it. Imagine that there are food-producing countries, big developing countries, who are now implementing food export bans for humanitarian purposes. Imagine that the World Trade Organization had to actually have a meeting and ban the banning of food export for humanitarian purposes. That is the kind of protectionist environment in which we are finding ourselves with a need to innovate and, address our stories ourselves. Food security has clearly become front and center, a critical issue for our own survival. It is very clear to us that we're not going to get help from our colonizers of the past. We're not going to get help from big developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our problem for us to address ourselves. There is some good news. And I'm really happy that we are here today because, we import a lot. In fact, we import over $4 billion of food and agri-products from outside of the region. And that doesn't even take into consideration all of the economic activity associated with producing that food. So there's a huge opportunity for us here in the Caribbean. And I'm so proud to see that together we are starting to take on doing this. The CPSO, we have a secretariat, has done some analysis. They say, where should we start? And I know later today in the presentations and speeches from President Ali and our own Prime Minister, we'll hear some specific initiatives that they have been working on. But when we look within that $4 billion at, what are big opportunities for which we currently have some kind of capability or could acquire the capability to displace imports, we find that there's at least $1.2 billion of opportunity. That's our 25% that we're going after by 2025. The categories are cereals and staples, which include things like corn, soybean, cassava, rice. A lot of that can be grown very well in Belize and Guyana and Suriname. Meat and poultry, we heard the SG talk about a new policy for trade in meat in the region. That includes poultry, beef, goat, pork, vegetables, fruits and nuts, milk and cream. Beverages, of course, include water, soft drinks, juices, etc., and of course, fish and crustaceans. These have 19 specific categories in total. Ladies and gentlemen, the heart of what I would like to focus on this morning is the fact that we have a big opportunity and the fact that we have a lot of commitment to go after it. Are absolutely essential, I guess, ingredients to success. But for us to truly be successful, we have to look at this problem holistically across the full value chain. No point in growing things that we cannot get to market because we're not growing them to the specific packaging size and quality that consumers or other processors need. No point in investing in big mills for corn and we don't have the infrastructure to move it and get it to one another. No point in pursuing, a poultry industry or pork industry, as the Prime Minister of Trinidad uses an example, trying to get pork from Trinidad into Jamaica, if we encounter all sorts of barriers and obstacles to trading with one another. So it's really essential that we take a full value chain perspective and an outlook as we approach this problem. So I want to step through. Sorry, the clicker's jumping ahead of me. I want to step through those five steps very quickly because I think that there's real opportunity for us to examine things that we can do, both from a private sector perspective as well as from a public sector perspective, to accelerate how fast we can move. So if you think of growing and production, we have lots of ideas, we have lots of innovation, we have lots of entrepreneurs who are approaching this space. But $1.2 billion of import substitution is big scale. How do we scale and connect our ideas? Who are the people who are interested? Who has the capability? What additional investment do we need to make in these areas to actually be able to produce at scale? In countries like Costa Rica, you have big farming, and you have a lot of people who work there and get trained there, and then spin off and do their own farms, and they have a lot more competence, technology, experience, etc. There's room here for everybody: small farmers, big farmers, major producers, individuals. And that is something that I think that we really want to make sure is understood and promoted. So in this step here, it's a lot of examination of what's possible, but with an eye on the market for what can actually be consumed. We have a number of great innovators in this space, and I want to use my time this morning to highlight one of them. And he's here today with us, a young man from St. Lucia by the name of Johanan Dujon. Johanan is the leader, the innovator of a growing and production space for a company called Algas Organics. It's a unique business out of St. Lucia and is solving the problem of sargassum seaweed for our region. Sargassum seaweed is a plague. What Algas does is that it takes seaweed, which is a real nuisance, and actually converts it into a biostimulant to help crops grow. He has been testing this biostimulant in Florida and has had fantastic results based on the trials that he's been running. So you've got a product that is environmentally friendly, a product that is substituting for fertilizers that are getting increasingly expensive, a product that is, quite frankly, nothing short of brilliant. It has the ability to generate foreign exchange. And this is just an example of just an amazing piece of innovation that's happening right here in our region. And he's on Expo, and he is here. I really do encourage us to stop by and learn more about what he's doing. He's currently seeking investment for those of us. The Massey group of companies, through our Nudge initiative, already invested $100,000 in Johannan's business and helping him with business promotion. And this is the kind of thing that we need to do. How do we accelerate this? How do we do this and get this to happen faster? Well, there are a number of ways we can accelerate our pursuit of the 25 by 2025 objective. And I know that we've been discussing a number of policies. SG, I heard, I listened very carefully to the press conference that President Ali and our Prime Minister had yesterday, and I can't wait to hear a little more about the details of what came out of that. But we do need specific programs, whether they're domestic or regional programs, that actually say, here, this is the incentive for growers or producers or farmers in a particular area, whether it's granting of land, whether it is assistance in different things that have really been difficult in the past, like perennial larceny. What kind of funding assistance is available? How do we access some of these international agencies? How do we access private capital? And of course, we should really create some kind of window that these entrepreneurs, these farmers, these large companies who have an interest in doing this here in the Caribbean can come and find out what are all of these policies that are available, what access is there to capital, who's here to help. We can and will do this. Second step is processing. Okay, so you have to sort, you have to process this stuff. And there are a number of processing opportunities across the value chain. So you think about these products that are produced, somehow they have to be packaged. Somehow they have to either be milled or turned into something that is consumed either by consumers or by manufacturers in their food processing operations. So who are the players? So if we decide we want to go into something, we do need to go at the next stage. Who plays in this area? Do we need them to make the market for the growers and the farmers? How do we support them in investing in the infrastructure they need to expand their capability? We won't capture $1.2 billion worth of opportunity by just thinking about it and asking people to grow things. We need to think about infrastructure as well. We need to determine whether that's an investment that the state makes or whether that's the private sector should make that investment, and what's the business plan behind it. Again, how do we accelerate that? We need to think about whether there's infrastructure investments that should be made by the state, whether there are different incentives through accelerated tax reductions or specific support for innovation, connecting parties who have interest in this area with research, with technology that we know about to be able to do this at scale to really make a difference in what we are pursuing. The third step is transportation. This is really, really important. This is one of those areas where we have a significant breakdown. So we need to really understand for each of the product categories that we're talking about, what is the need for transportation? It could be long-haul transportation. It could be within country. It could be sea. It could be air. We need to understand where are there disconnects and help with the specifications of what's the transportation network that we need to provide and create to make all of this happen. The good news is we are already thinking about this. We are already thinking about highways, truck infrastructure for some of the areas. I know President Ali of Guyana will probably speak about that. One of the areas perhaps that we need to pay more attention to is port infrastructure. You know, we have the opportunity for huge exports, but do our ports have the storage capacity, the chilled and frozen food capacity to really be able to support what is necessary? And of course, we all know that the sea bridge between our islands is broken. And I know that there's an initiative being led by the government of Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana to start looking at how we can create some sea bridges, whether it be Southern Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean, North and Western Caribbean, which I think is a very important initiative to be followed up upon. Very quickly, I'll hit the last two, but they're both important. So if you think about brokerage and distribution, and I remember hearing President Ali say that we need to, that distributors need to reverse engineer their supply chain to bring things in. I think that one of the things that we kind of need to do is basically re-engineer this entire value chain for us so that it works for us. So when you think about landing a product in a country for export purposes, who handles that? What's the tariff situation? What's the sanitary and phytosanitary rules that you might encounter that might actually create challenges? Like Prime Minister Rowley shared with us yesterday the example of getting pork into Grenada and honey from pork into Jamaica and getting from Trinidad and getting honey from Grenada into Trinidad. These are real challenges, and it's really great to hear the SGs reporting progress on the policies that have been adopted. Now we need to get those down to actual customs officers so that we can make this a true reality. When it comes to supporting this, I think there's a lot of work we need to do. The biggest challenge we have is around the rules of origin and CET, which is duties that we have and charge one another within the Caribbean and externally. And getting the right policies in place is going to be essential to achieve this 25 by 2025. We know that we've been doing a comprehensive review of this, rules of origin and CET. This work, quite honestly, really needs to be done. And I think it's going to require real emphasis from the respective heads of countries for us to get this work completed. We have a number of situations where, quite frankly, product from extra-regional sources enjoy more favorable duties and taxes and phytosanitary clearance than product from within CARICOM. So this is really critical work, and I know that we're taking it on, and the presence of our heads here really is a demonstration of that commitment. I want to share with you the poultry industry. We talked about it. I want to share it with you because this is a classic example of the challenge that we have and why sometimes, we can be our own worst enemy among ourselves. So in poultry, when we examine the poultry industry, the duties and taxes on chicken coming into all 14 countries in the Caribbean, CARICOM, are different. The regimes are different. There's some similarities. We identified two modes. There's a kind of a set of countries that group towards protecting their producers, and a set of countries that group towards protecting their consumers. So where you have production, you have high duties and tariffs to protect the people producing. And where you have countries that don't produce, they want to make chicken as cheap as possible, because it's an important source of protein, for their citizens. Perfectly understandable. But what's the result The result is $150 million of chicken being imported to our countries from outside of the region. This $150 million is equivalent to 120,000 tons of chicken. We produce 285,000 tons of chicken in CARICOM. So this is not to say that we don't have the ability to supply this chicken. We have the growers, we have the industry. But it would require a CARICOM single market regime for poultry with the possible application of something like autonomous tariff quotas. Now, I don't know if we can actually really get this done, but it is a very good example of how we kind of, in Trinidad parlance, say we cut track for Guti to run, right? Because we have structured ourselves this way, we are actually importing from somebody else a lot of what we could import ourselves. I just use that example because I think right now that is used in COTED. It's impossibly difficult for it to be resolved in that environment. This is something that heads would have to decide that they wanted to do. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, it's what happens with wholesale and retail. So if you speak to any manufacturer, any farmer, any grower, a major concern and consideration they have to making investment and expansion is, can I get my product on shelves? And that is a real challenge. Retail industry, we are in the retail industry, inventory turn, margins on inventory, these are very important. Getting onto shelves is not an easy task. So we must, in this process, engage the retail and wholesale sector, and I'm very happy to know that we're here. We're here and fully engaged. The new chairman of the Caribbean Supermarket Association is also here. We're going to sign an MOU with them later today as well. But we have to find a way to connect these vehicles to consumers back to the growers, back to the business plans that we're creating around the things that we want to produce. We have to get commitment to substitute stuff that they've been sourcing externally for CARICOM produced products. We have to understand what they need and process the product to that requirement at the right cost to get them to be on board. And ladies and gentlemen, we also need to start a Buy CARICOM initiative. We need to orient ourselves as consumers, orient ourselves as retailers, as countries, to start to favor CARICOM. When CARICOM product lands in CARICOM countries, it is often treated less favorably than product from the United States, Canada, or Europe. This is something that we must address in our minds. This is a campaign that we must have in our hearts. This is something that we have to recognize. We are promoting colonialism ourselves. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little passionate about the topic. So I just want to quickly summarize. I apologize. We have the imperative. The opportunity is significant. It's bigger than this $1.2 billion. It's bigger than this $4 billion of imports that our research shows is available. This is something, ladies and gentlemen, that we can do by being smart about how we work together. We got to work together. None of us has perfect insight into every part of this value chain. We, the CPSO, are happy to pull in private sector actors in the value chain. We are happy to connect them with broad initiatives and objectives that our governments are creating as opportunities for us. When I was preparing to come here today, some friends asked me, Agri-Food Investment Forum, oh, Jesus, again, what is this really about? I mean, really, anything going to happen? I hope you get a sense and understand that this is a huge industry. Developed countries have big industry around this. And we have allowed our big industry to be captured by other people. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that we can do. We are at a unique inflection point in time. The imperative for the CARICOM single market and economy is abundantly clear. CARICOM government's commitment is at a high, and you can see it this morning. And never before has the private sector been so engaged. The bringing together of our regional agri-food enterprises, distributors, transportation and logistics providers, our farmers, our retailers, and connecting them with regional governments through President Ali's ministerial task force. We recognize and really strongly believe that this is the highest possible opportunity for business success. And we will meet CARICOM's consumers' needs while achieving the envisioned macroeconomic and social objectives, including strengthening CARICOM's resilience to the fluctuations in global food markets. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something we can do. This is tangible, it's real, and for the first time, I think we are all on the same page to really make this a reality. I really thank you all for being here, and to those who are listening broadly to this message, agri-food is a major industry for all of us, and we need to find ways to participate a lot more in it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. I think we all appreciated that very passionate presentation. Also, a reminder of what needs to be done to support this industry. And I know for one, as a consumer, I am in full support. I'm looking forward to it. And I just wanted to remind you that I hope you all are going to join the tour of the exhibition at the Queen's Park, Savannah today. It's free to the public. For all of those, you can tell your family and friends, over 150 exhibitors there at the Queen's Park, Savannah, so you can see the realm of possibilities. It is my honor to welcome to the podium our next speaker, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley, Queen's Counsel. An attorney at law and Queen's Counsel, Prime Minister Mottley has been active in the political life of Barbados for almost 3 decades. Since becoming Prime Minister, Ms. Mottley has served as the chair of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community between January the 1st and June the 30th, 2020. Notwithstanding that, Ms. Mottley, as Prime Minister of Barbados, serves as the lead head of government within CARICOM, bearing responsibility for the CARICOM single market and economy. And also, if that's not enough, she's on the Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential list. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium the Honorable Mia Mottley.
Good morning, everyone. Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Christine, Your Excellency, Madam Christine Kangaloo, Prime Minister Rowley, our distinguished hosts, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished Caribbean citizens all. I don't intend to be long today because this is a work in progress. And our work is not to make speeches. Our work is to get the production going. And why? We have the confluence of 3 global crises. We're at war with climate, we're at war with the remaining aspects of pandemics, not just the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the antimicrobial resistant slow pandemic, which is actually going to hurt more of us as we go forward, simply because our bodies are not fighting off the superviruses. And of course, we're at war with inflation as a result of war with war. And if ever, therefore, there was a time, as you've heard from all who have spoken thus far and all who I'm sure will come, for us to act with a great sense of the urgency of now, it is now. We have been, as recent as this week, receiving stories in the news media of the acute droughts that are taking place not just in North America, but in China and other parts of the world. We expect that this will all have an impact on the supply of food going into next year. It therefore means that our plans cannot only be the medium-term plans to substitute feed, which we must do, as Guyana is planning to do under the distinguished leadership of my brother, President Ali, by 2025, with corn and soya production being ramped up to scale. But in the interim, we don't have the luxury of that, because we have a population that is feeling the vagaries and the negative consequences of rampant inflation. But inflation is going to also reinforce the fact that the lack of access is going to be there because of these droughts. It is against that backdrop that in Guyana I spoke about the 6-week crops and the 12-week crops. And I speak today also about the 6-week livestock. None of us can avoid the reality that our people must eat. And the reality is that there are things that we can do and that we have done in our past to ensure survival. And we are there again. Whether it is rabbits or chickens, whether it is fishing, whether it is new forays, as we are doing in Barbados, into aquaculture, we have the responsibility for urgent action today. Since Guyana, we were asked also to put together a framework for financing. We have, and Barbados has worked assiduously with the financiers as well as with the regional and international organizations. We've written every Minister of Agriculture asking for the projects. Some have started to come in already. They'll be loaded on the electronic dashboard that will be available for heads to see today. But also on that dashboard will be training support from CARDI. And why? Because we have to admit, regrettably, that many of our people have lost the art of farming and lost the knowledge. And therefore, the pivotal role of those videos, as well with the support of the extension services in our ministries of agriculture, will become critical. But it is not only the small-scale production that is going to help us solve the problem. That will help ease the hunger, but it will not reach the goal of 25 by 2025. And quite frankly, with the confluence of the 3 global events, as I indicated in Guyana, I don't know that 25 by 2025 is any more appropriate. In September 2018, when we set this target at the Regional Ministers of Agriculture meeting in Barbados, it was not a world that was being driven by a pandemic nor by inflation. We knew of the vagaries of climate, but it was not yet what we are. I therefore suspect that while Mr. Warner has set himself the target of trying to substitute the 1.2 billion in production, the reality of what is happening globally will demand of us moving those targets almost as we start. And that we should have no problem with, because we in the Caribbean are accustomed to responding to people moving goalposts on us all the time. So let us do it the way that we know to do it best. With respect to the other aspect besides financing, the issue of transport, well, what can I say? The region has to confront these difficult issues of transport. With respect to the maritime and the air, heads are working. But as I said at the beginning, this is a work in progress. And regrettably, we have not yet reached a point where we can deal with this in a way that is necessary. We need to look at what air transport there is for the perishables and see how we can support the movement on it. I want to end on this one point, and I want to speak to Caribbean people, because Caribbean people now will determine how we get through these crises. Our expectations have to change, and our ability to to be able to do things differently must also come to the table. We have to start eating what we grow and growing what we eat. And we have to do it not only because of the economic requirements, but because of the health requirements. The reality is that every major health site will tell you about the appropriate use of low glycemic foods. Most of that we grow here, and we grow it, and our youngsters eat macaroni pie and fries. We got to change that. We got to work with the fast food organizations, Gervais, and get them to change their menu. It's not good enough for us to make speeches about colonialism in the supermarkets if we're not prepared to change people's access to the food. You go to the United States of America or the United Kingdom or Europe, and you see everybody now using the ground provisions in chips, from sweet potato chips to breadfruit chips to all other kinds of chips. I want us to work with Caribbean people to change that. Secondly, I met with the sweet drink manufacturers about a month ago. One of the premier ones. It's not my business to promote. But one of the things that I indicated is that it is a crying shame that there is no Caribbean calorie counter. How much calories in the roti that you want to serve me later, Keith? You understand? How much calories in the breadfruit? How much calories in all of the Caribbean foods that we eat in the corn soup? In the oil down? Unless we start to give our people access to that, my entreaty to Caribbean people to watch their calories and I know the difficulty, I big, I ain't small. You understand? So I understand the pressure. But the reality is we don't have a choice. And therefore, for the first time, we have the opportunity of production matching what we absolutely need. But the missing part of the equation will be the Caribbean family and individuals who will make that defining difference as to whether this exercise will be successful. So we get it. We have a job to make the food accessible and affordable, and you have the job to want to choose it, to eat it, so that there is that market. You know, 50 years almost later, from those words of that great Trinidadian who is no longer with us, Shadow, Keith, from your homeland, not even a basement in our head should stop us from planting peas in Tobago. Because we simply have to make the grade this time. It cannot be just another exercise. We are facing a pivotal moment in Caribbean civilization. And it is up to us, not just as leaders, but as Caribbean people, to embrace this opportunity, as you heard from those who spoke before the Secretary General and the head of the CPSO, and to ensure that while others may be wondering what to do and how they're going to get through it, we have planned, we have secured, and we've understood the battle both at the level of the smallholder, but also at the level of large production entities to transform ultimately the production and agro-processing of food in this region. Food and water are the new oil. Let us, to the task, ensure that all of our people benefit from it in terms of their health, but also in terms of their pockets. Thank you. God bless us.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. A very practical look, as well as we look forward to achieving this target of CARICOM 25% by 2025. Just a little change. I thought there were 150 exhibitors at the Queen's Park, Savannah, but there are over 330 exhibitors. That's right. So that's something to look forward to this afternoon. I would now like to introduce His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. His Excellency was sworn in as Guyana's 9th Executive President on August the 2nd, 2020. He became a member of the National Assembly of Guyana in 2006 and was subsequently appointed to the portfolios of Minister of Housing and Water and Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce.
Thank you, so kind.
Okay, so here to speak on the progress and vision of the CARICOM agri-food sector, it is my pleasure to invite President of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali.
Thank you. Very kindly. I made sure, Prime Minister Rowley, my colors are right. You know, there is so much love in Trinidad and Tobago, and I want to thank Prime Minister Rowley and the people of Trinidad and Tobago for their warmth, their love. But I have a request. Kindly extend that love and warmth to the Amazon warriors later this year. Now we have a choice that we can make today, but my brother from the private sector would have helped a lot, so we will not need to go through the big file. But today, I would like to address a few issues. And I want to say very early on that in addressing these issues, I'm doing so only in the context of us getting better. So if there may be some hard feelings, understand that it is rooted in the reality of what we need to do. That is all. It is rooted in the reality of what is needed. The commitment of the heads, the commitment of this region in achieving the 25 by 2025 is not the optimum commitment. It is just a baseline. Our objective must be far beyond this commitment. The fact that we as leaders decided to assign a measurable target to the work we have embarked on should tell you the seriousness to which we are applying ourselves in achieving this. There are not much examples around the world in which you would see a community committing itself to specific targets because we understand the reality. But as I speak to you today, we live in a quite different world than a year ago, 2 years ago. We live in a world in which climate crisis, energy crisis, the inflation crisis, food security crisis confront us. And we live in a world with a very impatient population. As a region, we have communicated the global story and how the global challenges impact the lives of people in our region. The question is, has the people of our region understood that message?
And it's an important question. Because if we do not understand the consequences of the global challenge, then we are not appreciating that individually and collectively we are operating in a global environment. So there will be pressures in achieving the target of 25 by 2025. Every leader that sits before you, all of us, we have to deal with the imported inflation. We have to deal with the rising costs of food. We have to deal with the climate challenges. We have to deal with debt crisis. At the same time, we have to find the resources that are necessary for us to achieve these targets. So today is about allowing the population of the region to understand the vision. And in understanding the vision, to understand that we will have to make sacrifices collectively in different areas if we are to achieve the target that we set ourselves. Today, as I speak to you, more persons, according to the most recent World Bank report, in the region are moving towards food disruption. That is, they cannot get the level of nutrition on their plates. That's a challenge that we must face. Nearly half of the population, 4.4 million people, suffer from food security, and 22% of children under 5 suffer from chronic malnutrition. 66% of those under 5 also suffer from the risk of non-accessibility to food. This situation affects the education output. It affects social conditions under which people live. And we must be able to address these. As a region, we must also acknowledge the fact that over the last couple of months, we have made significant progress. I want to recognize the members of the Ministerial Task Force for their outstanding work in pushing this agenda forward, and I ask you to give them the warmth of your love. As we advance the work of the task force, I wish to highlight some very important areas of progress. In Jamaica, for example, in the last year we have seen strong progress towards the targets in achieving the 25 by 2025. As of March 2022, they have reached 26% of their target. We saw solid performances in onions, Irish potatoes, and in particular. In the case of Trinidad and Tobago, we saw strong performances registered, particularly in poultry. For a target of 83,000 metric tons, an amount of 66,500 metric tons was produced up to June 2022. Production levels in St. Lucia of fresh fruits and vegetables, poultry and pork have outstripped targets by June 2022. For instance, target volume was set at 91.4 metric tons for fruit and vegetables. But by June 2022, reported production had amounted to 1,000,000 309 metric tons. This, of course, is indicative of a clear need for upward adjustments to the target as presented by both my sister Prime Minister Motley and our private sector head. To underline this point, for the identical category of produce that I just mentioned from St. Lucia, the import is 8,249 metric tons. So although we saw a significant growth, there is still a huge gap in the import and the production. The member states have begun to a certain extent to demonstrate their commitment to the removal of barriers to trade between countries in the region. The establishment of the Guyana-Barbados Food Terminal in Barbados is demonstration of one such commitment. Similar discussions are ongoing with Antigua, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, and the rest of the region, so that as we bolster production and productivity at the national level, we are also ensuring that there is easier access to markets. In Guyana, on a national level, over the first half of the year, there has been steady progress reported in every category. Our aim is to ensure that by the end of 2024, we are completely self-sufficient in the input for feed with corn and soya. And that requires the capital investment of the rest of the region, and we are open and ready for this partnership with the private sector. In the case of poultry, Guyana has attained a performance mark of 61%, while for livestock overall, fared better with attainment of 80% of its set target for the period. Barbados is advancing its production and productivity with the use of technology. And for the first time, Prime Minister Motley is leading a program that would see the growth of aquaculture and actual production before the end of this year in Barbados. It is no longer talking about what can be done. It's doing what we have been talking about for a very long time. The new approach is a different mindset. It's a different way of thinking. The heads of government have agreed that if we are not ready, or if we are not all ready to move, then we must move with those who are ready. The time has come for us to demonstrate tangible results, as we seek to create an environment in this region in which not only we are food secure, but we develop a sustainable and resilient path to food security. In this context, I wish to address the issue of the system. We are not talking here about agriculture and growing crops. We are talking about a much larger issue, the food system, the food security system that exists in the region. The system comprises of people, institutions, infrastructure, regulations, and ambitions. If we do not have the right skill set, the right human resource, then we will not be able to develop the human resource capacity that will take the system forward. And that is why in the plan itself, we are working on an agenda that will focus heavily on the training of young people and women and integrating them in this value system to support the agri-food system for the region. Take, for example, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana. I know Prime Minister Gonzalez is already speaking about this. We are actually assigning a targeted percentage of youth to be involved in a new form of agriculture that will be technologically driven. And we are supporting that by investing in the technology, by investing in education, by sharing a common space through which we are allowing experience and practical nature of doing agriculture in a new environment for our young people to be exposed to that. So people is an important category. The institutions, we have to face the reality. The bureaucracy that exists has created severe humbug in the system in this region. We have the misinterpretation of rules. There is no commonality through which we interpret some regulations. The institutions exist on different standards and different rules and different regulations. We have to fix the institutions in a way that every single institution in the region operate on the same procedures, guidelines, and standards so that our people would have a common access and a common understanding as to what the procedures, the guidelines, and standards are. And it must not vary from country to country. It requires a shift in thinking, a shift in our mindset. And I'm saying to the population of this region that this group of CARICOM leaders, we are committed to ensuring that shift occur. The political will has already been established as strong as we can. So we have to fix the institutions, the infrastructure. A lot of work is going on, and this is where I want the regional private sector to understand what an opportunity is. In my humble opinion, we have enough firepower in this region, within the private sector, to form a consortium and address the issue of transportation and fixing that problem. Leaders, starting from Prime Minister Gonzalez, Prime Minister Rowley, Prime Minister Motley, the leaders have already made it very clear. We are willing to sit with such a consortium and come up with a menu of measures and incentives that will allow you the space to operate in a very, very viable manner in fixing the transport and logistics problem. We cannot sit back in the private sector and expect that the government must create the environment all the time. The government is an enabler. It's an enabler. It's an enabler to open up the opportunity. We have to stop work in a selfish way in the region at every level. And the private sector need to come together, understand the scale of opportunity, scale their thinking up, and go after the opportunity and put the pressure back on the heads in the region to say, we are ready, come on board, and let us together form a partnership to solve this problem. If not, then you give the heads no other choice but to go extra-regional. Very important. The time, I always say back home that we like to gaffe a lot in this region. If we are to really move things forward, it takes a collective approach. And that is what we are pushing. So the infrastructure is not only dealing with the transportation and logistics issue. The infrastructure is investing in farm-to-market access roads, opening up new lands, but importantly, investing in the technology of the future. Who should lead this investment in the technology of the future. And that is part of the infrastructure landscape. Because we can take 1 acre of land, apply the new technology, and produce 100 times more than 1 acre of land would produce in a traditional way. And don't believe we don't have the pressure of land against us. Only yesterday, Prime Minister Rowley and I visited a facility on a very not too big land. And I guarantee you, that facility is not only cutting edge, it is ahead of time when it comes to agri and agro-processing, packaging and marketing. The entire chain it addresses. So the infrastructure, investing in infrastructure, and having the right infrastructure is important for us. Regulations, a big issue. We have to be willing to come to the table and to harmonize our regulations in the region. You can have legislations, but sometimes regulations are made subject to the authority of a minister. So the regulations allow the interpretation sometimes of the legislation. So we focus a lot on legislations, but we miss sometimes the regulations. That is at the implementation level. And we have to harmonize the regulations. Ambition. We have to be ambitious. We have to think about this as not only producing food for ourselves, but being part of the solution for the world. And that is why today we have a delegation from Brazil here. And when I spoke about reverse engineering, I was speaking about the distributors understanding through new lens the opportunity that exists with the production capacity in northern Brazil and how we can bring that through the geography of Guyana and our location, integrate that into the tremendous opportunity for agro-processing and packaging and marketing here in Trinidad, and then become a supplier of food up the value chain all the way up to Miami. This is not displacing the distributor. This is not displacing the distributor. This is adding an additional layer of business opportunity for the distributors in the region. Because not only are you distributing now, but you are part of the value chain. Are we willing to do it? This is not the responsibility of the heads of state. This is where the distributors in this region must understand that they have to come on the table. It requires a collective effort. This is not about the governments alone. This is about all of us, every single stakeholder, understanding that we all have a role and an equal responsibility in making it successful. And that is what we are doing at the leadership of the region. We are presenting the entire table, inviting everyone to the table, and saying that this is where we all must participate in advancing the cause. So there is a fish called perai in Guyana. All that I've said in fixing the system is a perai. A perai is known to have strong grip, sharp focus, very targeted and very forceful. Those are the things we need to apply if we are to achieve the objective of fixing the system. In terms of financing, where are we? I want to congratulate Republic Bank. Republic Bank has not only assigned a target in terms of resources that they're willing to apply to the achievement of this target, but as I speak to you now, without any external consultant, utilizing the skills in the ministerial task force and the skills we are building up in the implementation unit in Guyana and with CARICOM, We have completed 7 proposals for Barbados, Guyana. There's proposals that is being completed for St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago. And those proposals are now with Republic Bank, and we are pushing to have Republic Bank approve those proposals to advance the financing of these projects. The Caribbean Development Bank is an active partner and ready to support. But perhaps we should consider, as a region, whether we give an incentive to the financial institutions and say to them, for your agricultural loans, we are willing to remove any tax on the profits you make on loans to agriculture and food system, as an incentive to lend more in the agricultural sector. We are building, by the time we get up to 2025, in this region, we'll be producing strawberries, blueberries. We'll have in this region a hydroponic city. We'll have more shade houses per capita than any other geographic space, because we, at the leadership level, are pushing the agenda on building this on resilience and sustainability with improved yield and productivity. These are the things that we are doing as I speak to you. We have been able to get a joint committee for food security with the US and CARICOM. Guyana is chairing that joint committee. Energy, Trinidad is chairing, and financing, Barbados is chairing. In less than 2 months of work in the committee, we already have a commitment from the US government through US aid of $29 million to support our agri-food system in this region. Active work that is ongoing. We have never seen so much interest from young people or the private sector in presenting projects for the development of the agri-food system and production in the region. Technology is an important part of this development. And not only are we investing in the technology, but we are working on creating a common platform through which the technology that we invest in at a country level can be shared with all of the region. We do not need to each invest in the same technology. We have to build the technology and make it suitable for the entire region. On the issue of import substitution, we have heard a lot about that already. But this is where the Ministry of Health, the Ministers of Health and the Ministers of Education must join the program. Because we have to reshape the way the future generation think about food in this region. We have to let them know that a sweet potato chip is better than an Irish potato chip. More nutritional and everything. So it is an integrated approach that involves every sector in terms of resolving this issue of food security. We heard a lot about markets, linkages, process, partnership, the involvement of the private sector. Now, every single thing we do in promoting this production system must be done within a global context. We cannot position our agri-food system in a regional system. We have to position it in a global system and build that system to withstand the global challenges that will come. And there will be a lot of global challenges. In short, we must position ourselves to be leaders and not followers. I end by saying to you that we have a great opportunity, great commitment, a lot of time and resources invested. Let us not fail the next generation by allowing this opportunity to evade us. I end on a good note for my friends in Trinidad and Tobago. Whether it is curry chicken or chicken curry, we will have curry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Irfan Ali, for your commitment in rallying the forces towards this common vision. And there better be calorie counting for that curry. And also for reminding me to keep this moving. So from 2020 to present, President of the Republic of Suriname, President Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, has been a result-oriented leader with the intention of building Suriname into a prosperous country. From 2005 to 2010, he served as Minister of Justice and Police with a tough, no-nonsense approach on crime, especially drugs, which saw Suriname successfully removed from the U.S. list of drug transit countries. Suriname acquired the position of the safest country in South America. From 2011 to present, he serves as chairman of the Progressive Reformist Party, VHP. To speak on CARICOM community and its overall development policy, it is my pleasure to welcome to the podium His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Honorable Acting President of Trinidad and Tobago, our Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, all other colleagues, friends, representative of the private sector, SG, for CARICOM Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. Good day to you all, and I'm pleased to join you at this Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, hosted by Trinidad and Tobago. The theme and the focus of the event are both timely and relevant. It builds on the very successful conference hosted by Guyana in May of this year. It is intended to further advance the objectives as set out in the region's 25 by 2025 plan, led by President Irfan Ali, CARICOM's quasi-cabinet lead for agriculture and food security. The level of commitment and seriousness to food and nutrition security is evidenced by the gathering present here today, as is the resolve of Prime Minister Rowley in advancing our work in this area. Much has been said already by previous speakers, and I'll focus on emerging opportunities and match bankable projects with available public and private financing. Agriculture in the region is at a crossroads. While we recognize the challenges, we must focus on the opportunities. The need for a complete transformation and the realignment of the region's food system has never been so urgent. This requires us as a region to press the reset button as it relates to agriculture finance, rural infrastructural development, climate-smart agriculture, water management and use, agri-technology, cross-border investments, fisheries development, increase intra-regional trade, and food security. Agriculture is a major economic pillar for our economies and has the potential to build economic resilience and drive inclusive socio-economic development. The region has prioritized the modernization of its regional agriculture sector as key driver for economic growth and development. This involves expanding regional production, introducing new and appropriate technologies, investing in human capital development as well as research and development, and intensifying intra-regional trade in agricultural commodities and produce. Investment and financing are vital to the transformation of regional agriculture and must be pursued with tremendous and urgent enthusiasm. We have set for ourselves some game-changing and wide-reaching targets which will contribute to the overall transformation and modernization of the region's agri-food systems. This has been embodied in the Vision 25% by 2025 Regional Food Bill Reduction Program. These targets, as set by the heads of government, cover and address several areas including primary production, import replacement, manufacturing, removal of all barriers to trade, reduction of SPS-related blockages, review and updating of the current structure of the regional CET, agro-processing, intra-regional trade, digitalization, and e-commerce. The agribusiness sector in the Caribbean has immense potential and presents opportunities and significant advantages for the expansion of the intra-regional trade, foreign exchange earning savings, public-private partnership, innovation, and technology advancement, all of which will contribute to CARICOM's agri-food competitiveness. The region's private sector has a $4 to $6 billion import bill and a business opportunity as well. Never before has there been such a ready opportunity for the creation of a new agro-industry. To optimize these opportunities, we must build partnerships with a wider world, our own regional private sector, and financial institutions. The excess liquidity throughout the region presents a golden opportunity for investors in agriculture. Member states have agreed to a priority list of commodities, including corn, soy production, poultry, table eggs, roots and tubers, meat, herbs, and spices. The community has commenced the analytical work and is now ready to roll out this investment with the private sector. There are already successful outcomes since we announced the initiative. Member states have formulated, agreed, and are implementing their strategies towards attaining the objectives and targets as set out for the regional food and nutrition security under the 25% by 2025 plan. We also must develop region-wide information platforms to register food production and needs so as our producers can align production and do business. Over 24 different shovel-ready projects were presented in Barbados and Guyana to prospective investors with an accumulative value of over $150 million. The trajectory has been positive, and it is important that we maintain this commitment. Our ever-increasing food import bill concerns over the impact of climate change on the agriculture industry and apprehension of another crisis or disaster event severely affecting our food security demands a collective response. The latest developments have shown that Suriname has not been spared the consequences of climate change either. Farmers have suffered massive damage as the recent floods have destroyed crops and agricultural land. It is important to limit the risk of damage, to invest in new cultivation technologies, and to guarantee food safety. To meet the current trends towards the demand of organic food, it is time for countries to facilitate and enable their farmers to invest in greenhouses. Investing in greenhouses has several advantages. On the one hand, it protects the crops against climate influences, insect infestations, and enables farmers to deal efficiently with scarce resources. On the other hand, the technology used in the greenhouse allows the farmers to minimize the risk and produce year-round. My brothers and sisters in CARICOM, and I invite you to join us in this serious time in moving forward the 25 by 2025 plan. And I'm pleased to note that the international cooperation with many organizations worldwide, including USAID, in follow-up to the establishment of the Food Security Commission between USA and CARICOM is taking place, and that skills and capabilities are being developed. And in order to contribute and to support this, my country, Suriname, will make land available for agriculture production, fostering partnership between Surinamese and other Caribbean producers and processors. And I'm taking this opportunity to invite the private sector to make use of this opportunity. Furthermore, Suriname has committed itself to make 10 hectares of land available for setting up an innovative campus where students and startups from the region will be facilitated to conduct research and development studies, where government and the business community will invest in technological solutions that improve resource efficiency, increase resilience to climate change, unlock new ways to drive growth, realize operating efficiencies, mitigate risk. The campus should become an innovative hub for the region, where experts from the region will also be attracted for knowledge sharing. The future of the region depends on the youth of today and tomorrow, and your involvement and support is going to be critical for the sustainable development in our region. And I'm inviting all of you to support the youth in the agriculture sector, and as was stated by many speakers before, that the education in the agriculture system at the primary school, starting at the primary school, is critical and very important to create a sustainable agriculture policy for our region. Thank you very much, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. As a vegetarian, I became a butcher. I would now like to introduce my Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley. The Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley was born in Mason Hall, Tobago, and was raised by his grandparents, who were prominent Tobago farmers. This exposure from an early age nurtured his passion for gardening, and we all know him as an avid nature lover. Dr. Rowley has served at cabinet level, holding at various times the portfolios of Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Marine Resources. To go on, should I finish? Minister of Planning and Development, Minister of Housing, Minister of Trade and Industry, and the list goes on. So please welcome to the podium the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
Thank you very much, our very efficient Lady of Ceremonies this morning. Your Excellency, Christine Kangaloo, Acting President of Trinidad and Tobago, President of the Senate. Your Excellency, President Santoki of Suriname, my other CARICOM colleagues, particularly Your Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM, honorable ministers, all from Trinidad and Tobago, and those of you representing some other CARICOM countries, members of the Diplomatic Corps, permanent secretaries, distinguished captains of industry, the media, people of the Caribbean community. My task is very simple today, notwithstanding the fact that I have got a library with me. Have no fear, I do not intend to detain you very long, but my job on behalf of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the people of CARICOM to welcome all of you to this event and to welcome all the delegations from across CARICOM and from Brazil to Trinidad and Tobago in the quest of galvanizing ourselves and girding our loins and preparing to be able to cope with the challenges ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a certain amount of cynicism that is to be expected to be associated with this event and with this approach in CARICOM in trying to tackle our food supply and our food security. I understand it very well, and I hold no grudge against any person who speaks critically or unfavorably about this event. Because you see, I've been around a long time in public service in the country and the region, and persons can point to a number of other initiatives that have not succeeded. We can point to, there used to be an organization here based in Trinidad which had the objective of establishing major food production capacities in Guyana, Belize, and I think Suriname at the time, but certainly Guyana and Belize. That initiative ate up a lot of money, a lot of time, and failed. Today you heard about the critical role of transportation and the potential for any success in these initiatives. There used to be a business in our region called CARICOM, where it was deemed to be necessary to have a cargo air service. That too failed. And for those who believe that our intention to provide food for ourselves is whistling in the wind, I simply want to say, especially to the younger people who might be following these conversations, that producing in the agricultural sector is nothing new to our people in these islands. If there's anything that we should know about and that our history recorded on our behalf is agricultural production. Because when we use the word colonialism very loosely, that brutalization of colonialism was in the agricultural sector. And there was a time when our economies were based on sufficiency in citrus, limes, oranges, grapefruits for export. I'm sure many young Trinidad and Tobago citizens will not know that and not even believe it. Yes, we exported grapefruits and oranges from Trinidad and Tobago to Europe. But of course, market changes and the coming of the EU destroyed that for us. And of course, we never held on to it for ourselves, because the mercantile colonial example was that if it wasn't good enough for Europe, we had no interest in it. Cocoa, we were major producers of tens of thousands of tons of cocoa. Today, cocoa is a novelty in these regions. especially here in Trinidad and Tobago. But of course, the cocoa industry was destroyed here by disease largely. The coming of the witch's broom disease destroyed the existing plantations, and the replanting coincided with a new generation that wanted nothing to do with sweat and dirt. Coconuts. We were self-sufficient in coconuts and coconut products. Again, lethal yellowing and the destructive beetle destroyed our cocoa plantations, and only now we are getting back some resistant species and replanting with the hope of getting crops of coconuts. Sugar, the last of the majors that went out of business, again, destruction in the markets, largely external markets, and we preserve little at home. Market changes destroyed us. Bananas, the new philosophy of how the world should be flattened out into one market for where you had an advantage. The WTO came into being and told us that the little islands producing bananas had no advantage, and it should be allowed to be produced by Costa Rica and Honduras where they had an advantage, and we should go into finance and we should go into tourism. And of course, we bought into that and we signed on to the WTO, and the bananas have disappeared from our alliance pretty much. And of course, we had a copious supply of diseases there too. Fish. We grew up, our ancestors, our grandparents, and me, we grew up on Canadian salt fish. Today, the cod isn't available unless you're paying huge prices in fancy restaurants. But saltfish used to be the diet. And of course, those of us who fished in the local waters, we've overfished much of our species, and some of them are in danger because of the management. But thankfully, there's some replenishment taking place, and we might be able to get some of that left. And of course, we've scraped the bottom of the ocean and destroyed the shrimp grounds in most of our areas. And we now are looking to produce shellfish, as my colleague from Guyana spoke about, the giant steps that are being made there in the farming of shellfish in Guyana. And the one area where we have preserved some semblance of self-sufficiency, after all that long tradition in the crops I've just mentioned, which were the mainstays of our economy, the one area we still have our hands on it, especially here in Trinidad and Tobago, is in the vegetables. Fresh vegetables are still available in much of our islands. But limes are rotting in Guyana because they can't get into Trinidad. I don't know, I dare not mention what the price of a lime is in Trinidad, but I can tell that limes are rotting in Guyana. And the reason why I mention that is because the issue of freedom of movement, of services, of produce, of products, and of finance in the CARICOM, which is not taking place, is probably the greatest impediment to any change in our circumstances. Those crops I mentioned that we used to be very good at, having tons on the port, being exported and supplying ourselves at home. What has happened recently has driven us in fear and trepidation to do what we are doing now. We do not have the luxury of a snail's pace or a molasses rate to get this done. Because those of you who are paying attention would know, especially Jervis, one who probably, if he had time, would have told us today. Not too long ago, in the middle of an international crisis affecting the world, all over the world, we were trying to buy certain basic foodstuffs and were being told that we're not taking your order, it's not available to you. And even where it was available, preferentials were going to those who were better positioned than we were. And the conditions of purchase had changed overnight. The conditions of trade had changed upon us. WTO or no WTO. It was survival of the fittest, and who have more corn feed more fowl. Technology came to our disadvantage as well. When I was growing up, we used to grow corn at home and sell to the Central Marketing Agency. And you know how we got our seeds? The crop from this year, you took the best ears out and you kept it dry and safe for next year, and you planted that, and it grew, and it gave you the offspring of that. You can't do that today, because technology has engineered out the possibility of you using the seed from this plant to grow it next time. If you try that, you get nothing. You have to go and buy the seeds that were produced for this crop and this crop only. That is what technology allows. Recently, I got some bygone seedlings from a supplier, and they grew beautifully and bore very well. And then I went back to grow some more, and none of them grew and none of them bear. And then I discovered there were seeds from the last crop. Your seeds, even that, they deny you. You can't even grow your own seed from your own crop. You have to go back to the store and buy new seeds. So, what has happened recently has frightened us. And we are being told, and we verily believe it is true, that what we experienced in 2020 and 2021, and are still experiencing at this time, are situations that are likely to become more frequent and even more harsh. What do you think is going to happen when huge acreage of cereals are not planted because those planters are not getting the fertilizer they need? And if they do get it and they grow, the produce is going to cost a whole lot more money, because fertilizers have cost so much more in recent times. What do you think? And because of the systems that exist in supplying food to the world, one ship turned crossway in the Suez Canal, and we here in Trinidad and Tobago can't buy and put on the shelves what we need. One ship. And if that happens in Panama or elsewhere in the choke points around the world, we find ourselves starving because somebody wasn't doing a job on one ship. But the model that we use to feed ourselves today and in the recent past is a model where we wait to have our food come to us, bought as produced by others, and we afford ourselves the opportunity to buy it. It was never always so. It was a model that has developed over time and has reached the point of strangulation now. When I grew up in Tobago, every household had yard fowls. Most neighbors had a pig or a goat or a sheep in the backyard. And everybody had a patch of something growing somewhere. Today I heard, it was, who was talking? Oh, it was Mayor talking about peas in Tobago. You go and plant any peas in Tobago and it's what's going to happen to you. I planted 3 acres of peas in Tobago. Coqueco ate all. And if I touch a coqueco, I go straight to jail. It's a protected species. They used to live in the forest and come out every now and then, and it was a bird of choice, and it was a delicacy. But they survived by living in the forest. From the time they heard that they were a protected species, they in the yard fighting fowl in the yard. And from my 3 acres, they ate from the flowers. From the time they start to flower, they start to eat it. And when I was agriculture minister, we thought of and we spoke about reducing the population. You heard the screams from the environmentalists that you can't touch these birds. They are the national bird. In Tobago, they call the national pest. And the same thing with cocoa and parrots. You try to grow cocoa to get cash into the cocoa market. Parrots eat it. They come in very quietly and they laugh at you when they're leaving. But these are some of the challenges we have. We have challenges like that. And the most important challenge that we have is who's going to do this farming. Because a lot of the people who farmed when we were farming and were self-sufficient are no longer with us. We are the grandchildren or the great-grandchildren. They have not been replaced, and that is why the youth program is so important, that we are introducing our young people to an endeavor, to a business that is not only lucrative if it is well done, but it could save us from starvation. It's happening. And I'm pleased to announce the excitement that I see among young people in Trinidad and Tobago in our programs here in Trinidad, where there's a Ministry of Youth Development, where already some of our young people have gone to Guyana and met their colleagues, and they're on the farm there, and they're excited to get it going. We need to support them. We've gone past the stage where the universities of Guyana, the University of the West Indies, and the University of Trinidad and Tobago are luxuries and ivory towers. They need to get involved in helping us solve these problems, training our young people. The economics need to be known, the outcome needs to be assured, and the desire needs to be encouraged. Ladies and gentlemen, today ought to be a day that we mark as a baseline. And we have to undertake to accept that there will be disruptions, because the model that we use now of getting our food from abroad works well for some people. It's good business to import food, put a markup on it, and try and supply it, and go up and down with the market. I should only say up, because it only goes up. I never see the price going down. But if we are to become self-sufficient, as we aim to be, starting with a target of 25%, because all that we're doing here, the problem is so large and so grave that we've set ourselves at 25% level of local support, local production. So we are a long way from self-sufficiency. That 25%. If we are going to do that, it will involve replacement and displacement. We are required to replace our supply from outside of the region. To do that, it would mean that those who are engaged comfortably, historically, in supplying us from outside of the region could face new conditions. The new conditions would be competition from what we are producing locally. And do not be surprised if there would be among our populations objection to that, objection to local supply replacing imported supply. But if we do not aim to replace the imported supply with local supply, then we are condemning ourselves to the vagaries of the ups and downs of the international market, and we will not be able to look after ourselves. And that is why today I join my colleagues who spoke before and appeal to the private sector not to be resistant to these developments and these initiatives, but to get on board and be the distributor of the local produce, and rather than be the commission agent of the imported produce. It's not going to happen overnight, because food takes time to grow. Animal takes time to grow. Use that time to change the formulae of trade, to change the distribution pattern. If we are going to feed ourselves by doing local production and you're a distributor, get on board in the local production. That's why this is called an investment forum. Invest now of your time and of your finance and of your expertise in your business and in your country, in your region, and be part of the solution and not be part of the problem. I know that there are many business houses in the region who make a good living and a good profit of being the commission agent for somebody who's farming outside of our region. There's nothing wrong with that. No shame in that. But the time has come to put your foot down in your yard, as they say, and help to build the capacity within the region. And I want to say something to small farmers in our individual islands. We are not here talking about displacing and replacing you. We're talking about giving you more capacity. But there has to be systems where your input can be successful for you and your families. We're talking here about using the technology to allow certain kinds of things to go on that had not been going on. Last night, at the end of a long day, some colleagues and myself, we had to go because it was so important to what we're doing that we decided we're not going to, we got there at night, but we had to go to an investment that is made in Trinidad and Tobago. I think the only place that there's more leading edge technology than that investment is in the hospitals, where there are certain kinds of equipment that look inside your body or conduct surgery on the human body. But in that investment that has been finally made in Trinidad and Tobago, leading edge technology is available to receive from farmers their produce and to, within a twinkling of an eye, convert it from what it was on the farm gate to what it is in the most attractive package, made, produced, and packaged in Trinidad and Tobago in CARICOM that could sell on any shelf in New York or Miami or London. That is what technology can do for you. And what that has done, that singular investment, it has created an opportunity for offtake for our young farmers in Trinidad who are following their colleagues in Guyana and are going with government support to do shade farming in Trinidad and have an offtake in a business that is packaging and giving life and longer shelf life to fresh produce than packaged produce, and allow the marketing of our own produce to stand in stiff competition to any similar import. We are there. It's happening, and more of it should happen. That is in Trinidad and Tobago. I expect to see it in Jamaica, and I expect to see it in Guyana. I expect to see it in Antigua and on our shelves. But of course, if we don't get the help from the universities and others in shaping and reshaping our diet, and my colleague, my friend, Prime Minister Motley talked about the calories. Young people are fashionable, looking after their bodies, and they need to know how much calories they're taking in and how much they're burning and so on, and what the food they eat will do to them and so on. And they also need to know that we have suddenly discovered that cassava and sweet potato are miracle foods. Yes. A few years ago, I talked about our young ladies here not being able to peel cassava, but it cost me for a month. Does anybody you see peeling cassava with a knife and going up and down the cassava? Don't know what to do. You have to peel cassava by going around it with a knife, right? But because our young people have been disconnected from their grandparents, much of what we did has been lost culturally. Somebody has to begin to teach them back how to cook local foods. You give many of our people a breadfruit, they don't know what to do with it. But that too is a miracle food. And therefore the effort that we are going to make is not only about asking you to spend money in the leading edge technology at the factory, but we have to spend some time and some resources in the head, teaching what we have lost. We took those things for granted. We got to make them fashionable again in the context of eat what you grow what you eat. And if you do that, you can insulate yourself from a world that is harsh, unfriendly, and usually quite disrespectful of people like us. So ladies and gentlemen, this event here in Trinidad and Tobago is a continuation of what we started in CARICOM. Not in Guyana recently, it started before. But Guyana's president took it and took the bit between the teeth and called us to order. And you know, for the cynics, let me tell you, true, we're doing very badly in cricket these days, but we can use cricket as a good example of our potential. There are overs in cricket, right? You bowl the first ball, get hit for 6. Second ball, hit for 4. What do you say? Somebody in the crowd is shouting at you saying, you're going to bowl again? And you go and you have a bad over. You got to keep bowling because it only takes 1 ball to get the batsman out. But you have to keep bowling. We, at the level of the leadership in CARICOM, we have to keep trying to become self-sufficient in food, secure in food, if we are to protect ourselves from the promise of the harsher months and years ahead. That is why we've restarted, and we started with a bang. What happened in Guyana with the CARICOM Secretariat putting together this initiative, which flowed phase 1 in Guyana, phase 2 in Trinidad and Tobago today, is the best opportunity we have to commit ourselves to solving a problem that is looming large and looming dangerously. So let us go with confidence. Let us be hopeful that we can succeed, because what else is possible? What do we do? For those who are thinking that, well, I've heard that before, it's a waste of time, what do we do? Put our hands on our head and say, well, we can't do nothing? That is not an option. The option is to come out and get it done and adopt or borrow the Nike slogan, just do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your address. We really have our work cut out for us, but we all have to be determined and committed. And one of the things about eating food that is alive, it's much healthier for us as we eat food in our region. So before we take our 15-minute break, I would like to ask the first panel to remain in the auditorium during the break. And I would like all ladies and gentlemen, to please stand as Her Excellency Christine Kangaloo, Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, exits the room. I would now like to invite the heads of government and heads of state to follow. Thank you, and enjoy the break. We have a really lively 4 panel discussions when you return, so enjoy your break. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. We heard from so many speakers, so many great things we discussed, and right now joining us on set, Senator Dr. the Honorable Amory Brown, our Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Dr. Brown, thank you for joining us today. And how do you feel about what we heard so far for the morning?
Today is a great day, Hans. I'm excited. Today is an important day for Trinidad and Tobago and for the Caribbean community. It's finally here, the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo TNT edition, and we've brought together so much of the leadership of this region, both at the political level and also at the level of our investors, our distributors, our manufacturers, our farmers, equipment suppliers. They're all here. And this is exactly the formula that is recognized as important in making this region more food independent, more food secure.
Well, that's exactly what I want to ask. What does a forum like this really do for food security within our region?
Well, it's really going to take us, you know the target, reducing our food import by 25% by the year 2025, which is just around the corner. But that is recognized as a key target because of our current vulnerability. As was said this morning, one ship turns sideways in the Suez Canal and it paralyzes our little region. And a war breaks out in one country in Europe and we are so affected. And someone coughs in a city in the Far East. And the repercussions are profound. And when it affects our ability to feed ourselves and our families, we have to be worried. We are looking ahead, this region is looking ahead, and we're doing something that others, I believe, will be emulating in the future, and building a system, working on our respective strengths and potentials and our legacies in farming to ensure that the Caribbean community can stand on its own legs with respect to food and nutrition.
Well, you also touched on my next question, which was what does this collaboration do for our region? But I want to go a little deeper with you specifically, because you would have served in your capacity as ambassador to Brazil. So from observing and serving, what have you seen in terms of agriculture in Brazil?
Well, listen, the ceiling is so high, the potential is so great. And the message this morning was very relevant, the message to our young people. This vision of agriculture being just about subsistence and, you know, a little small plot and you get a few vegetables. We have to think big. In Brazil, the model I saw, when you talk to a Brazilian farmer, the guy has a private jet. He has a yacht in Rio. And so when you really get into agriculture and you bring skills and passion and resources, which is what we are harnessing now at this forum, the potential is limitless. And when you apply technology to that equation, and we've heard about that, people in app designs and cutting-edge technology and use of drones in agriculture, this should be a very exciting time for young professionals and the other young people to get involved in a priority area for our people, agriculture.
Yes, indeed. There are actually apps now that track, especially as we have the Trinitario cocoa here in Trinidad and Tobago, which is such a rare breed. We actually have apps that track from pod to bar when it comes to chocolate, because there's a big drive internationally in having ethical cocoa and ethical chocolate. So again, we see how technology is coming into play. From the last Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, what are some of the lessons learned and things that people should be aware of?
Well, one of the innovations is to build an opportunity for farmers even within the forum. So as we continue to invite our public to visit the Expo, you'd recognize that there's a farmer's market and there are opportunities even within the exposition itself. Because one of the key messages that we've learned is don't forget the existing farmers, those who are currently, even as we invite others into the industry, we have to take care of and support and boost those who already have established a legacy in this area. And if you listen to Dr. Rowley, our Prime Minister, closely this morning, he sent some powerful messages to them, because whenever something new is happening, it creates a little bit of concern among the holders of the status quo. There's room for us all in this area because it's a growing segment. And that, I think, is a very important signal to send, that there's space for us all as we seek to feed ourselves.
Senator Dr. the Honorable Amory Brown. Well, we actually going to take a short one and come back around with more of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. We are live at the National Academy for Performing Arts here in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. We'll be right back. Friends locked on across the region: Bahamas, Barbados, Virgin Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts. We all see you, Grenada, Haiti, Montserrat, and everyone else. Good afternoon to you. Y'all are joining us here at the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. Right now with me, we have Marvin Gonzalez, the Honorable Member of Parliament and also Minister of Public Utilities here in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Hans, and thank you very much for having me.
Well, we've been having a great morning so far with some key points being articulated by our leaders. But one of the questions I have for you is, how does public utilities support agriculture and where we're going in terms of our agricultural thrust?
Well, we at the Ministry of Public Utilities, we recognize that public utilities, both water and electricity, we are facilitators of economic development. So what we are seeing here this morning, and the vast display and the great innovation in agriculture and the thrust towards developing our agriculture sector, this cannot be done if the Ministry of Public Utilities, or if the policy of the government where public utilities is concerned, it cannot happen, because we have to ensure that our crops, we have sufficient water to irrigate our crops. We have to ensure that power is put on our farms, etc., be it electricity. And there are a number of communities around Trinidad and Tobago, and I would imagine it will be like that around the Caribbean that are far away from the electricity grid. And how do you then get electricity to some of those farms so that they can power their activities to get their crops, etc.? So what we are trying to do in Trinidad and Tobago as well is that we're targeting communities that are outside of the electricity grid by getting some of those farms solar powered, so that even though they are not integrated into the electricity grid, they can now have access to solar power to power their farms, etc. In addition to that, we are utilizing our modular water treatment plants. There are many surface and groundwater sources around Trinidad and Tobago that we have not harnessed. A number of those rural communities, they do not have access to water. They are away from the water grid, and with the use of modular water treatment plants that we are going to bring into Trinidad and Tobago, we are going to target some of our rural communities because they have access to rivers, access to water wells, etc. So we are going to get the water treated by those modular plants because they can be easily placed at strategic places around the community. But they will not only put water into the homes of people in rural communities, but they are also going to give access to water from our farming community and provide that level of support in water and electricity so that we can get our food on the tables and around the region, around the country, as the case may be.
Okay, so you mentioned solar power. How does an individual access and start the process to having solar power within their own homes, I guess, and within their farms?
So at the Ministry of Public Utilities, we have an electrification program. In that electrification program, we target communities that are outside of the electricity grid. So we can get poles and get the electricity on to that community or to that farm via the Trinidad and Tobago electricity grid. If, however, it is too expensive to get that electricity into that community or onto that farm, we have access to a solar electrification program, free of charge. It's costing somewhere in the region of 50 or 60,000 TT dollars, and the Ministry of Public Utilities, working with external contractors, will go onto that farm or will go into that home or that community and install that solar panel to get electricity to that farm or to that home, as the case may be. So the government of Trinidad, it is free. It is costing somewhere in the region of 50 or 60,000 dollars, and the government will stand the cost of that to get the electricity onto the farm or onto the home, as the case may be. But the Ministry of Agriculture, they also have access to a number of programs where the farmers can get access to funds to develop some of these infrastructure onto the farm so that they can get the necessary utility support to be able to do the things that they want to do on their farms.
So definitely the investment is there, the innovation is there. Thank you very much, Minister Gonzalez, for being here with us. We actually have a little look at last time there was an Agri-Investment Forum and Expo in Guyana, May 20th to 21st. And we look forward to the actual discussions that we have coming up, because quite a few discussions are coming up. We have our discussion on food and nutrition that we're looking forward to.
Very important.
Very important.
Very
Agriculture, innovation, and technology, which we know obviously has to be supported by the public utilities. Agriculture, finance, and marketing. Agriculture, trade, and investment. And the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. So we're going to take a look back at what happened in Guyana. This is courtesy Guyana Newsroom. We take a look back at the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo in Guyana.
Caribbean leaders have signaled a strong interest in boosting regional food production so that the Caribbean region is well food secure. And what better way to do that than with a grand expo? This expo is being hosted at the Arthur Chong Conference Center, and it is part of the wider Agri-Investment Forum and Expo that has been organized by Guyana, led by President Dr. Irfan Ali. We'll take you through what's going on at the conference center.
Yeah, the yellow watermelon right now, you can see it in Guyana. Maybe the first time.
Conference Center have been transformed for the Expo. And here there are more than 100 local and regional exhibitors, 62 agro-processors, and a host of other interesting attractions. Now, boosting meat production has also been a key part of efforts in the regional food security agenda, and at the Expo, that is prominently displayed. The Expo is open to the public for the next 2 days, and of course at the Expo, eNetworks is the official internet service provider. Reporting from the Ortichon Conference Center for the newsroom, I'm Vishani Raghavar.
Special thank you to the Guyana Newsroom as we took a look back at what happened in May of this year as we step into the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 here in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, this is where we get into the meat of the matter, the actual discussions where we highlight how we're moving forward as a region. We head back to the stage here at Napa, Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago.
His major area of focus is private sector development, trade and export promotion. He has over 15 years experience in the field of export development and promotion, having previously held posts at Export TT. So I would like to invite Dr. Dami Sinanan to come on stage. The discussion will be food and nutrition, and he will be joined by panelists, co-founder and Director of Empower Nutrition Limited, Ms. Moia Elias, Mr. Sean Baugh, Program Manager, Agriculture and Agro-Industrial Development, CARICOM Secretariat out of Guyana, and Dr. Renata Clark, Sub-Regional Coordinator, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO. So I will pass you on to Dr. Sinanan.
Thank you very much. Is mic on? Yes. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction and all protocols observed. My name is Dr. Dami Sinanan. I'm the Manager for Competitiveness at Caribbean Export Promotion at Caribbean Export Development Agency. And we have a very distinguished panel with us here today. They told me that they asked if we can shave 10 minutes off the panel, so I will spare the introductions. We will just jump right into the discussions so we can get some good food for thought. Yes, pun very much intended. So we'll start off first with Mr. Sean Baugh, who is the Program Manager, Agriculture and Agro-Industrial Development at the CARICOM Secretariat. So Sean, just to jump right into the discussions, we heard from the Secretary General earlier today about some of the projects that have been executed to help achieve the 25 by 25 goal. Can you sort of, from a technical point of view, maybe elaborate on some of those projects and give us some guidance on what is the plan and what's going forward in terms of achieving this objective?
Thank you much, and let me start by thanking the organizers, certainly the government of Trinidad and Tobago, for asking me to be on the panel. But to go straight into the question that asked, from a macro point of view, certainly the work that has been done, spearheaded by the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security, looking at projects that deals with food security in different areas. One has to do with de-risking of the regional agricultural sector, looking at agriculture and insurance for the region. That's an ongoing project. Looking at alternate sources of financing that uses private sector involvement and reduces the amount of sovereign support in terms of providing financing and funding. There's a second that looks at removal of non-tariff barriers, and that deals with SPS issues, it deals with licensing, deals with harmonization of different procedures across the region. There are ongoing projects for that. Certainly would have heard from the chairman earlier, and also the Secretary General of some of the accomplishments that have recently been achieved, certainly the new policies that deal with animal products, the new guidelines. And another section that deals with digital agriculture using technology, and the new agriculture that was spoken about that deals with online platforms, deal with climate smart agriculture, deal with smart agriculture. That's a little bit different from climate smart agriculture. That uses technology approach, appropriate technologies. So we talk about drones, we talk about different instruments that measures humidity, looks at the climatical conditions, the soil, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of projects going on, and certainly a lot of member states have what we call national production programs ongoing. So on top of the 6 commodities that have been prioritized for the region, what we're seeing happening now, each member state, as said before, has set their own targets which they're working towards as we move towards food and nutrition security. So the analysis has been done. We have seen the areas where the importation or the demand or the need or where the opportunities are. And each member state have set their own targets, which was reported on today by Honorable President from Guyana. And they have started to move towards us. There are a lot of ongoing projects. I mean, there's a lot. If I were to start listing now, I think we'll be here till 3. But member states have started that. We're seeing that in the region. We're seeing the enthusiasm. We're seeing the production going up. And if you look at the data that we're seeing, it's more encouraging than ever. And the time is now, as the private sector had said, we're seeing investment requests. We're seeing the opportunities certainly coming out of Guyana. We're seeing a lot of projects now going to get out of when I say coming out of Guyana, first investment forum, we're seeing a lot of projects that will come off the ground. We're seeing a lot of initiatives, certainly Prime Minister of Barbados will tell us later, but certainly some online activities that will promote different projects within the region. So in a nutshell, that's what's happening, and I'll just pause there.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Sean. And that's a lot of food for thought. If we have time, I want to circle back around with another question, but I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Mawea Elias, who is the co-founder, director of Empower Nutrition. Now, basically, we've been talking about food security in the region for the better part of the morning, but there's also the nutrition element that sometimes goes under the table. You don't always hear food and nutrition security, you just always hear food security. Can you sort of emphasize what is nutrition security and why is it important for the Caribbean region?
Yes, thank you. I'm really excited to be here because, and all protocols observed, my apologies, because nutrition is often left out of the conversation when talking about these issues. So when we traditionally speak about food security, we're speaking about issues of access, availability, affordability, and adequacy, and those are all centered around the issue of quantity. So the easy, simple way of thinking about nutrition security is that we have to expand the conversation beyond quantity into quality. So we're taking into account issues of variety, which our region is primed to supply, as we've seen from our earlier talks. So there is no conversation about food security without nutrition security. Given the health challenges that face our region, and I would say that in some respects the COVID conversation has overshadowed the chronic disease conversation to some degree over the past couple of years. But we have to also take into account when thinking about food security that over 60% of our population is suffering from the form of malnutrition that would be considered overnutrition. So how does that affect the conversation about food adequacy? And of course we know that that comes into what Prime Minister Rowley mentioned about getting into the minds of the population and having them not just know, because most of us know, right? In my work as a nutritionist, I have the pleasure of interacting with and getting a very intimate view of what people of all walks of life are actually eating on a day-to-day basis. And most people coming into the office will say, I know I need to come off flour, but we have this love-hate relationship with flour, right? But empowering them with the options and making them readily available will help, but they also have to understand why it's important and what will it be replaced with, right? So it's not just to replace with rice and corn. Yes, those are other staples, but it also has to be replaced with the vegetables, the fruits and vegetables, which if, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I don't believe that we have consumption data up to date. But just in public settings or workshops that we have done, taking surveys in terms of consumption of fruits and vegetables in real time. In a room of 200 people, if you ask them how often they eat fruits and vegetables, once a week, twice a week, is a general consensus from my experience. So how do we get that into the minds of the population? That is not just about cutting down on the flour, it's about increasing the consumption of these fruits and vegetables. I like to say that's 99% of my job, is getting people to eat their vegetables.
Very nice. Remind me of my mom. All right, so I will want to jump over to Dr. Renata Clark, who is the Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Just to sort of pivot when we're talking about nutrition, one of the major concerns we hear is that healthy foods are more expensive. If you have to go and you have to buy fruits and vegetables, especially in these times with supply chain issues, you'll spend more money. It's much easier to go and buy KFC or go and buy Royal Castle, just not to pick on KFC only. Can you maybe give some thoughts and some insights? How can we go about reducing the cost of nutritious foods and increasing their availability and sort of promoting healthy diets as an alternative to the, as PM Motley put, the calories that we consume?
Thank you for the question. And I have to say, this morning, we've listened to some excellent speeches, and I think you got this morning all of the elements to the answer. Nonetheless, I will maybe repeat a few things that you heard today. So the fact is that agriculture in the Caribbean is among the least productive in the world. We're the least productive. We have highest costs of production. And with climate change, this is getting even worse. So we do need to be investing in agriculture. We do need to be investing in technology and innovation to be able to be producing much more competitively. So in the midst of all of this change, the most common conversation I have with ministers and ministries is, in front of this new expectation, how do we reorganize ourselves to deliver the new expectation? You know, and this is going on. Ministries are rethinking how they're structured, what they're doing, what their programs are, what programs or services they're providing that they could cede to other people, in particular the private sector, while they focus on transforming agriculture so that it could be more productive, so they can address issues or collectively address issues of the logistics, which raises prices, and so that the food system can work to be producing food at a reasonable cost. But there is the issue of innovation. Several people spoke about it today, and we got some wonderful examples of innovation. I'd like just to open the lens a little bit on that innovation. It's not only innovation in the production of or processing or handling of food, it's innovation all around. It's innovation of institutions. And what I referred to before was innovation in how ministries do their job and deliver. But innovation in private sector organizations. You know, one of the things I keep hearing is, oh, those things don't work. People don't like to hear about cooperatives or, okay, but the fact is we do need the power of the collective. We have to innovate how we imagine them and how they deliver. But innovation technologically, even around agriculture, innovation in terms of how we assure enough water to be producing well, innovation in terms of how we manage waste and create value out of waste. So instead of high food waste, we're creating, whether we're creating animal feeds, we're creating new fertilizers, we're creating new inputs. We do have to simply reimagine and be open to new possibilities. Within this, there are a couple of, or I should say in addition to this, there are a few points I would like to mention. And one, and we heard something about it today, it's about the knowledge about farming, extension. And this must also be one of the common comments I get from ministries. We need to be working on extension with, of course, limited budgets. And many countries are doing this. You know, they're embracing digital agriculture, or digital extension as a way of getting more bang for the buck. And this is a space where I really do believe we need to see the CARICOM countries collaborating and cooperating with agencies like mine and many others at their service to be creating very efficiently that system of extension that can reach small farmers everywhere. There is an issue beyond extension. There's an issue of information and access to information, data for planning, okay? Better data on production, cost of productions. You know, where are the major challenges that we have to focus on addressing? We need information for this, and the Caribbean has not so far been exemplary in getting that information, compiling it, analyzing it, and using it to constantly get better. Maybe, oh, no, there is one, another thing I did want to refer to, and I thought that I wouldn't have heard it this morning from our leaders, but we did. I said they covered everything. They're really on top of things. But that is the issue of regulation. And yes, it is true, a lot has been done. We've heard from Dr. Barnett about the work that's happening at CARICOM level on new regulations to be streamlining and harmonizing so that food can move efficiently around the region. My warning is, as we embrace innovation, this preparedness for new regulation, which is taking us beyond the sitting down to do what others have done, but being in the game to be shaping international rules that influence us. And this is not pie in the sky very far away. This is happening now. Some of the things that we are working on, for instance, I mentioned the novel animal feeding, the use of insects as a novel animal feed. It will require, there's a lot of excitement about it in the farming community, but it will require regulatory review. And we need that preparedness to move on innovation. Otherwise, we're going to keep falling back into old positions of following.
Gotcha. Thanks so much for that. I know there's more, but we are pressed for time, but I want to give the panelists an opportunity for another rounds. So maybe I'll give you guys 1 minute, Sean, just to give some closing thoughts about what you've heard this morning and what you think and what should be the priority areas for the Caribbean region, and what support do you need? So maybe in 1 minute, I know that's a lot of questions that I asked, to sort of sum up what you think should be the priorities from a technical point of view.
Excuse me. First thing I would say, there's one thing for certain, and that everybody must eat. That's a certain. Agriculture is the only business that will last till the end of time. Everybody must eat. Now, in terms of support that's needed, I think the heads of governments said it today, and they have articulated the position. And certainly, in what I said earlier, we have identified the commodities, which was mentioned, which I wouldn't get back into. We have received support from our international partners. I think what we need now is to implement, and that's the phase we need to get into, the implementation. Because everything that we do, all the universities that have gone to, all the books that we've written, it comes down to one thing. How do we, in our work, change and impact the life of the ordinary Caribbean citizen? And that's where implementation and a sense of purpose, a sense of seriousness, that's where it comes in. So in our work, in every single member state, in every single public servant, in every citizen, is the implementation, the buy-in. This is ours. This is what we need as a CARICOM region. This is what we have to do. Because as was said before, nobody owes us anything. we have to take our own destinies into our hands. And to deal with food and nutrition security requires everybody, not just the big investor, not the middleman, not just the small farmer, but everybody. So regional policy, national policy, which also covers regulations and legislation, all needs to be in tune, all needs to be going the same direction, because if we don't, we will fail our next direction. And everything that we do must lead to implementation that causes that to happen, which is success.
Thank you. Thank you. Agreed, Sean. Thank you so much. Maria, in terms of nutrition, 1 minute or less, how do you get that out there, that concept, that thought of eating healthier and better nutrition to the average person on the street? What would be your number one recommendation to get that done?
Can I give my top two?
You can give your top 2 minutes, 1 minute or less.
Okay, so I believe it was Prime Minister Motley who mentioned about the nutrition facts. And when we think about nutrition facts, we think about, well, what are the calories in the roti? But there's one more step prior to that. There is not adequate nutritional information on our produce, our locally Caribbean produced produce. I cannot accurately find nutrition data for dashing bush leaves. I cannot, I have to guess and, so that is a key area of that seems like a simple thing that we can implement, as in having our produce actually nutritionally tested to see what we are actually getting from our modern soil as well, because we know that, if we have data from the 70s, may not necessarily reflect what we're getting from the food that we're growing today. So that's number one. And number two would be, we spoke a lot, or heard a lot about encouraging the youth in the to get into farming, but I would like to take this opportunity to promote the utilization of our young people as nutrition educators. The universities in our region have food and nutrition programs, and every year around this time, post-graduation, I get calls, people looking for jobs. There are no jobs to be found in that arena. They are passionate, ready to do the work of nutrition education. They are trained, and they cannot find a job in their specialty. So we lose them. They go working in finance and all sorts of other things. So I believe that we do have a lot of human resources here ready and willing to do the work, using nutrition as the bridge between agriculture and health.
Thank you so much, Maria. And we see we have some applause. We see we have some students with us today, so hopefully you can impact on some of them. I saw them waving their flags earlier. Dr. Clark, I'll give you the last word. They're telling me to wrap up, so maybe in 30 seconds, I'll give you the last word.
Maybe if I have 30 seconds, I leave it for a happy story. And that was, I just came back from St. Vincent. We were visiting one of our school feeding programs, which was school feeding linked with school gardens. And the teachers were telling me at the beginning of the year, students are refusing to eat vegetables. And after some weeks of watering lettuce and tending spinach and okras, she came back and said nothing was more valued on their plates than the vegetables that they had actually grown. She said their eyes would be falling out of their faces looking at this. And I think, this is first of all, a wonderful lesson about, from an nutrition education point of view, the youth, it's a very optimistic view. The young people who take on board new things, new information, a lesson for us all to get out of our ruts, be prepared to take on board new insights, and march strongly towards more healthy eating and a better relationship with our systems of production.
Absolutely. Well, panelists, I apologize, our panel was truncated. I'm sure we could have gone a little longer, but thank you all very much for your insights, and wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you. A round of applause.
Remember our bags.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and that was really very interesting. I know as a parent, one of the things they teach you is to encourage your children to see how food is grown. During COVID, a lot of people became gardeners and became much more interested in food, these children. So before we get to our next panel, also moderated by Dr. Dami Sinanan, I don't know if you remember, during Prime Minister Mia Mottley's presentation, she mentioned the Agri-Investment dashboard. So to give you a very short preview, is Salahuddin Navradi, and he's a developer who manages a technology and marketing company, and he's also the CEO of Positive Plans. So please welcome him to the podium.
A very good afternoon. All protocols mentioned prior, so I'll get right into it. As the moderator mentioned, it's going to be very, very short. Just about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks, I was invited to a meeting with investors and banks and the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Agriculture for various CARICOM countries. And, you know, it was all about investments and moving the agenda of 25 by 2025. And in that discussion, you know, I kind of casually mentioned that, you know, we can talk about investment and we can talk about technology and we can talk about growing and reaching that very ambitious goal. But if we can't have a common ground, a platform, somewhere where investors and banks and projects can be communicating and engaging with each other, then we are probably not going to go too far very fast. So with that, you know, Prime Minister Motley and her team in Invest Barbados and my company, we decided to kind of get together, put our heads together, and see what we can do with the limited time to reach today's deadline. And I must say, you know, after we agreed, it took about maybe 9-10 days. My team was able to put together a very engaging platform that allows anyone, an investment, a ministry within any government, an agency, an investment agency, any persons who are looking to create an agricultural project to go online, and it intuitively leads you into creating a project. Once a project is created, it's broadcasted to all the banks, all the investors, all the fund managers that are listed on that platform. And we do have we have about 40 projects on the platform right now, in addition to about 5 banks that have already built their profile. So there are communication that's happening as we speak. This is the beginning. It's a work in progress. It's going to continue to get better. It's going to add more resources for the agricultural sector, but it's a major step forward. It's a big step in the right direction to reach 2025. There's probably a lot more that I can say, but I was given 2 minutes, and I do really appreciate this. I think the most important thing in terms of a takeaway for many of you who are in this room is that you've got to have your Go Invest and your Invest Barbados and Invest TT and all the investment agencies across the Caribbean, as well as your ministries, to get on this platform, open an account, and start adding your projects. These projects, once created, would be in the face and on the desk of banks and investors. We're hoping to get a minimum of about 30 investors on this platform so that your projects can be seen. And with that, I just want to say thank you again. I'm sure there's a lot of questions. Mia Motley is here. She took leadership of this. I think she's the ambassador for this project. It's not her project. It's not Barbados' project. It's our project, the Caribbean project, a CARICOM project. So with that, thank you again, and we wish all exhibitors, all leaders, and the agenda that we have today to be a successful one. Thank you again, and have a great rest of this conference.
Thank you, Mr. Nasruddin. And you can all look forward to having a chat with him during the lunch hour. So our next panel, joining moderator Dr. Demi Sinanan, they will be discussing agriculture, innovation, and technology. Please welcome to the panel Managing Director of Cube Root Farms, Mr. Hamlin Holder, General Manager of Berry Cove, Mr. Ralph Burkhoff, and Mr. Glenn Ramdani, Executive Chairman of Novo Farms.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me on stage. Again, we are under the same time restrictions, so I'll dive right into it. Mr. Holder, you're Managing Director of Cube Root Farms. You have developed an automated indoor farm out of a used shipping container, featuring an enclosed climate control environment. Share with us, how did this idea come up? Technology, the innovation, give us your thought process and how and what was the results.
Thank you very much, and I humbly observe all protocols. So it came out of a need for diversification between my colleagues, and one area we saw was indeed agriculture, and this was back in 2018, pre-COVID. So what we embarked on is basically to develop a indoor farm, and we chose the 40-foot container. But what we really wanted to do was develop it using totally local resources and also local products as best as possible, fabrication, construction. A lot of persons were directing us to things like Freight Farm and other companies, but we saw the promise of two things: indoor farming, which is vertical farming, growing vertically, as well as having an urban environment or any location, be it a garage, 40-foot container, a warehouse, to convert into basically a controlled environment. And then subsequent to that, we developed a strawberry container, and that's our second container that we built in the middle of COVID in 2021. I would say from my experience point of view, it's very technical to get into the controlled environment arena, but what I would advise to everyone is that there's a lot of potential that you see from it, and that there's what you should try to do is try to get as much diversification, because that's going to limit your risk. So if you want to go into greenhouses, no problem. If you want to do outdoor, no problem. But when you start to understand the whole environment of indoor agriculture, it complements everything.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, in the Caribbean region, many of us are small islands. We don't have enough arable land to do production, so these types of innovations are absolutely necessary. I'd like to jump across to Mr. Burkhoff, who is the General Manager of Berry Cove. Can you share with some of your companies involved in greenhouses as well? Can you sort of share some of the lessons that you would have learned in terms of developing greenhouse products, and why is that the future or one of the major aspects of the future for Caribbean farming?
Yes, thank you, and pleasure to be here. Yes, I am the GM of Berry Cove, and we're working hard to get that project built, but my role really is in our companies that are developing greenhouse projects throughout the region. One of the things that we looked at as a company is a regional application, not an island, a singular island application. The issue of food import and fresh produce import is constant throughout the islands. So when we looked at solution sets, we had to look at greenhouse technology solutions that would be applicable in every location, islands and mainland states in the region. One of the biggest threats is obviously our annual hurricane threat. So one of the first things we did was engineer the strongest greenhouse system in the world, essentially a system that's engineer certified to Cat 5 hurricane strength. Because without that fundamental need covered, we could not attract any investment, we could not be insurable. So it all starts with the foundation when you're building a house and the house itself. So that's where we focused our attention initially. Then we started looking at, obviously, climate and risk mitigation within the environment inside our greenhouse systems, and looking at how we could improve hydroponic systems that were also going to be productive in the region, right? With our microclimates being very different from place to place. So what we did is really develop from the ground up an integrated approach. None of what we're doing is new in the world. Everybody's doing it all over the world. It's a $300 billion industry now. So what we tried to do was look at understanding and living in the Caribbean, understanding what our pressure points were here, is to try to create an integrated technology solution specific to this region, right? So that's where we started, and we have projects underway now in a number of different islands, all of which are custom designed based on that climate and the conditions that exist, including water resources, energy cost. They all come into play when we're engineering our greenhouse solutions for that particular location.
Great. I'd like to turn over to Mr. Ramdani. I mean, I have in my notes that, you are involved in the value-added production of sweet potato fries, cassava fries, dasheen fries with locally sourced inputs. What advice would you give other persons who are seeking to get this type of transformational change in the region? How can this model be replicated throughout the Caribbean region? What would it take for it to be, for other persons to get into this type of farming?
So first of all protocols observed, and thank you for having me here. When we were looking at setting up an agro-processing facility 4 years ago, we wanted to do something that's totally different and to bring a transformational change across the value chain, from production to packaging to what a consumer will also do when they get the product in front of them. There are 3 objectives we wanted to achieve in doing that. 1, you look at health, because there's lifestyle diseases in the Caribbean, and how we can use the products to produce food that is healthier. 2, produce food that uses locally grown crops within the region. And 3, using innovation to push the limits in food production, right? So that you can be able to bring transformational change even in the way we consume the food as well. So to get into that, to bring that transformational change, you have to look at what the Caribbean market needs, lacks, and use the advantages of that to be able to generate products that can bring sustainability and also transformational within the sector as well. The challenge, though, is that when you're looking to set up an agro-processing facility, you have to have data, and it must be a data-driven facility as well. When we initially started, we were trying to get the farmers to start giving us data. What are the chemicals used, what are the kind of production, the size, everything we wanted to standardize. So while initially it was a challenge, now they are conforming to that standard. That data helps us to feed our business intelligence software, and there's an AI element that do forecasting for us as well. So that forecasting now gives us the ability, for example, if there's rainfall in the near future, okay, this particular product is selling more, maybe you should buy more of it because the price could go up at this point in time. So those are the things you have to look at and start, because we are in an age of digitization. If you're looking to get into the industry, look at what are the challenges, what are the advantages, and start using innovation and applying it across the various segments.
Excellent, great advice. I want to come back to Mr. Holder, and maybe this question can sort of go towards the entire panel, because I would imagine the experiences that each of you gentlemen would have had would have been unique. Maybe you can tell me what were the major constraints, and I'm sure there probably were many, but what were the major constraints that you face in building capacity for this type of farming, and how did you overcome it? So maybe your top 1 or your top 2.
Yeah, well, in my particular case of more or less becoming a manufacturer and trying to bridge the gap and enter new areas, there were a lot of challenges in terms of persons understanding it. A lot of people think doing an indoor farm is very expensive because that's what they see in the US. But when you are able to re-engineer and understand the technology, it brings it down to a reasonable cost. And then one thing that I also had to see was people don't look at the economics of growing. What is the yield? annually per year, as was mentioned, what are some of the inputs that are used to actually get the growing? So for me, I am passionate about getting the youths involved. I hope they come and see the strawberries in F10 and F11.
Give them samples. You promised them samples. They might come.
All right, you'll get some samples. Right, we have, and the delegates, we might have a little package. If you want strawberry jam, we have some there as well. Yeah. For me, it's really, and just one thing I just want to enter, because I listened keenly to the entire discussion, and there were just two areas that was hinted on, and that is bioenergy and waste. So we have spoke about food, but we haven't really covered the whole circle of what do we do with the amount of waste that goes to the waste dumps and the energy that could be derived from it. So even though we may look at energy as and point leases and stuff, we can start to see energy through algae fuels, gasifications, and biodiesels, as well as biodigesters. So those are things that we are looking at to integrate. And once you have energy, you have food that could feed everyone.
Excellent. And like I said, food for thought for future discussions in terms of energy and waste. Mr. Burkhoff, same question, constraints and what do you think could be the solutions? Maybe you could sort of bring in maybe some support. What can the private sector do with government support to overcome some of these constraints?
Yeah, my question that was posed to me was, how can we use this technology and broaden it out into a much more of a regional solution, right? And the easy answer is money.
Right.
But it takes a lot more than money. It takes, government leaders to open the doors to inviting in new technology, which in turn means, under their finance and customs groups understanding that this equipment is here to grow more food. What we're focused on is import substitution, right? So if the general agenda is we need to stop importing some of the foods, that's what we're focused on, and only that, right? Using controlled environment agriculture, we can grow a lot of different temperate crops, right? It's virtually, theoretically, we can grow anything. It really comes down to horticultural science and how to create the right inputs in the environment. But to broaden this out, it's going to take a group will throughout CARICOM and all of the leadership to open their doors, and I can tell you that we have been welcomed in many of the countries and the leaders that sit here. Then we just need a piece of land and a willingness. We do need to work closely with the ministries of agriculture. There are a lot of issues, so things like a pest risk analysis unit is usually part. We have to order our plant material 4 or 5 months in advance. So we need some streamlining in terms of all of the agricultural aspects of putting this type of farm operation in place.
Great. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Glenn. Maybe from the point of view, what were the challenges you're facing in terms of maybe sourcing local produce? Because that's what we're talking about today. Utilizing local produce in our agro-processing and our manufacturing part. What are some of the challenges you face in actually getting this local produce into the actual production process?
So one thing we have seen is farmers, they have the capacity to produce.
Yeah.
Right? During the pandemic, they have produced a lot when the government came out with their food bag to help those during the pandemic, and the farmers did very well. Because we have products, we're taking products further down the value chain and doing creative things such as instant bag choker, instant tomatoes choker, and those things. We have seen growth, even at the export market where the demand is high. So because of that, we have to think regional, right? And start working regionally now with farmers, right, to get produce in. We recently signed an MOU with Agro-Invest in Guyana to start setting up a facility in Guyana to start meeting that demand. The challenge is getting the farmers to understand that there is a model that you can work with, such as a contract model at a fixed price. It may not be the best price, but it's a good price that will allow you to plan, right, and to manage your production. as opposed to trying to go and fight in the open market to sell your produce. So it's educating the farmers, getting them to understand the model. That is some of the challenge. But from the ability to produce, the farmers have shown that they can produce.
Absolutely.
It's just giving them the opportunity to produce is what they will need.
Okay, excellent. And we think we heard from the President Santoki this morning. Yes. They have an arrangement now, so maybe that can be another option.
Correct.
Well, gentlemen, I think that essentially is our time. I wish we could have continued the discussions. It was certainly very interesting, but it gives us future scope for discussions going forward. So thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me to moderate these panels, and I wish everybody a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinanan, and the panelists for the preparation and for this illuminating discussion. As we move on to our final two discussions this afternoon, moderated by Mr. Daniel Best. As Director of the Projects Department of the Caribbean Development Bank, Daniel Best leads the team responsible for the bank's investment, lending, and grant portfolio. Mr. Best is a member of the Strategic Advisory Team and is accountable for the management, pipeline development, appraisal, and implementation of the bank's lending and technical assistance programs in all sectors in which the bank operates. Having begun his professional career in Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Best has since worked in both the public and private sectors in all aspects of project design, leadership, and implementation across the Caribbean. And the topic that they'll be discussing, he'll be moderating the next two panels, and this topic will be agriculture, finance, and marketing. So please welcome Mr. Daniel Best, your moderator. He will be joined by panelists, Chairman of Agricultural Development Bank, Mr. Sekou Mark, then Program Management Specialist at USAID Economic Growth and Local Works Development, Mr. Derwin Humphrey, CEO of Fresh Start Juices, Mr. Marcus Suncow, and Ms. Karen Yipchuk, General Manager, Commercial and Retail Banking, Republic Bank Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, your next panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All protocols being observed. Excellencies, it is imperative that financial institutions within our region develop and coordinate sustainable financial products and producers that can tap into and drive business and economic activity needed to transform the sector. I think we heard quite forcefully, passionately, and eloquently from our leaders this morning as to what is needed and what has been working well. So allow me, if you will, to continue Prime Minister Rowley's cricketing analogy and invite you, Karen, as General Manager, Commercial and Retail Banking for Republic Bank, to open the batting for us this morning. Karen, Republic Bank has recently announced that it will be making US $100 million available for lending to agri-sector projects. And this is absolutely a welcomed initiative. Share with us, what are the top two? We're kind of pressed for time. I know there are a lot, but what are the top two enabling factors which the bank would like to see implemented to ensure that this $100 million initiative is a success?
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Am I Courtney Walsh in answering this? Okay.
Well, not for batting. Hopefully not.
In answering Daniel, I'd like to approach it in terms of why, what, and how. So that will give you the full context of what we're doing and why it is so important. So, people were asking, how come Republic Financial Holdings Limited is up here in this conversation as one of the only commercial banks? So We recognize that we are the largest indigenous financial institution in CARICOM, and therefore we have a purpose and a responsibility to help CARICOM achieve 25 by 25. It also aligns closely with our commitment to the principles of responsible banking that we signed, and to ensure that the sustainable development goals in agriculture, reducing poverty and hunger, climate, energy, and industry innovation and infrastructure are successful. What are we doing about it? As we heard earlier from the heads of government, RFHL has committed $100 million throughout CARICOM to finance these different projects. And in Guyana specifically, we committed $2 billion Guyanese dollars towards these different projects. And they are intended to really cross the divide, to bridge the divide, to help the micro projects to the large scale. Now, we know that in Trinidad, we have the Agriculture Development Bank, and they will normally deal with the micro to large. But in some of the other Caribbean, the other CARICOM territories, they may not have similar agencies. So we may have a bigger role to play in some of those. And interestingly, in Republic Bank Ghana, we have something called Republic Boafo, which is the helper, and it is a community-based initiative for microfinancing to help the small farmer. Like what you see in India, it does not exist in the traditional banking sector because the normal overheads of banking would be too expensive for it. So it is really people going out into the field and helping finance these small players and having relationships with them. And one of the things that makes it successful is that the success of the community, you all have to be successful because one person could bring it down if they didn't live up to their commitments. So against that background and understanding our commitment, what do we see as the most important thing to make this whole thing successful is the ecosystem of all the enablers, of all the players that we heard from all the different heads of government speak this morning. No one player can make a difference. So Republic Bank, we could provide this financing, but it may not be accessible to the people who need it if, one, they don't have strong business cases. They need to show pro forma financials, what their cash flows would look like. We need to help them de-risk the risk in agriculture, whether through guarantees from local and regional agencies. They also need insurance, crop insurance, or insurance against natural disasters without prejudice. So everybody has a role to play. We bring in the financing. You heard about the need for strong infrastructure, whether it is through public-private partnerships, through government rule, but for the farmers, for the producers to make this investment, they need the roads, the electricity, the drainage, the water, the storage, and we are prepared to finance that wide spectrum with all the right partners in play.
Thank you so much, Karen. And that is an excellent point for which we want to bring in the man in the spot, in the middle, as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago. We heard Karen speak essentially about how they support the unbanked or the underbanked and the initiatives being put in place. Sekou, I want to bring you in at this point and ask you what initiatives and financial services are offered by the ADB to lend financial support to Trinidad and Tobago's unbanked and underbanked farmers. And how can this be replicated throughout the region?
Well, thank you, Daniel, and welcome to all our visitors, especially our dignitaries. Let me start by introducing the ADB. The Agriculture Development Bank of Trinidad and Tobago is a bank with a balance sheet of about $100 million US, about 670 million TT. We do about 110 million TT dollars in disbursements every year. That's about 16 million US dollars. We do about 650 loans every year. That's an average of about $25,000 per loan, about 170,000 TT dollars. What I'm probably most proud about is the fact that our youth financing, we consider youth between 18 and 35 years old, is 25% of our disbursements. So we do lab 135 million TT dollars a year to youth, and that's very exciting for us. And we finance things across the agricultural value chain. So to answer your question, we really consider ourselves the champion of the small man, the champion of the small farmer. And farming in Trinidad and Tobago, at least, continues to be somewhat small scale, although we do have quite a few very large and very bankable projects as well. I do want to say, Daniel, before I go on that, you know, when you hear an agricultural development bank, the first thing one thinks of, well, that's public sector. You know, that's not viable. But I do want to say that last year we turned a net profit. Okay, so we run this bank under the watchful eye of the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, under his very watchful eye. And we also have a lot of assistance in the Office of the Prime Minister through a special advisor, Dr. John Allain. We have a really solid team that has actually generated a net profit last year of about $500,000 US. So we're doing this, we're not giving money away, we're doing this, we are financing agriculture in feasible ways. When we're talking about, and one of the things we're talking about is innovation. And innovation is so important because if we continue to do things the same way, we'll get the same poor results. Last year, what we have seen in the ADB is that, sadly, agriculture tends to be counter-cyclical to the economic environment. So what we have seen, I should say, is when there's a contraction in the economy, as we saw during the COVID period, people tend to return to the land. So as people are unable to find jobs in service sector, in tourism, in construction sector, they return to the land, they return to fishing. So we saw a large pickup, but we also saw a lot of smaller loans coming through. So this is where the innovation came in. We launched a product called the Boost Loan. And the Boost Loan is really a microcredit product where we're lending up to 50,000 TT, it's about what, about $7,000 US, unsecured. Unsecured. So we're lending based on character and not collateral. And this is what was exciting about this is that the board gave the management a $5 million envelope to try it out. Let's see how this worked. I'm pleased to say that after 18 months, because we couldn't believe the results after 12, so we did another 6. After 18 months, we did what, 107 disbursements. We lent close to 4.9, so the entire envelope was exhausted, and the delinquency rate was 2.6%.
That's excellent.
So what that shows is that farmers are serious once they have access to finance. Yeah. And I think that I'm really, really pleased to hear Republic Financial Holdings becoming involved. I'm very excited to see our dignitaries here, including our CARICOM is also here, because the only way we're going to see progress is if we can harness the collective energy of our small farmers to make a large collective. So the ADB is here. We are open for business, and we're happy to provide any services we can in terms of either financial services or advice to anyone that needs it.
Seiko, this is excellent. This is quite a transformational story. Thanks for sharing the experience of the ADB. And speaking of transformational stories, we've spoken a lot about farmers. We've spoken a lot about the private sector. And I want to bring in an actual success story right here with us on stage in the person of Marcus Sanko, who is, of course, CEO of Fresh Start Juices. Marcus, I want to be a little selfish this morning. You know, it's okay to beat your chest on this stage. Reflecting on the success of Fresh Start Juices, started as a small family-owned company in the early 80s, and now having several employees and moving several $1 million in revenue. Marketing and promotions are critical to the expansion of any business. And we've heard what the banks are doing thus far. In your opinion, what are the key learnings that you can share with stakeholders to essentially move along the value chain, which is what we're trying to do? What are the lessons you want to share with us?
All protocols observed, thank you for having me here on this panel. It's truly an honor to be able to share my story with others. It's Fresh Start Juices is a family business. It was started by my parents. It was actually in the early 90s. It was after the 1990 coup. Their previous business was, well, went belly up, and they needed a fresh start. So this is where the name came from. A name isn't a name isn't a name. So from that thrust, then in 1994, till now, we have grown from strength to strength. What we've realized is that data is very important in the growth of any business. You have to know what your customers want, what their needs are, where the market is going. So once you have that information, you can basically satisfy any need. Getting the data was challenging. It was something that you literally had to go out to the farmers, go out to the supermarkets, get that data firsthand, find out who are the suppliers, who are the farmers, who's growing what, who has excess produce, and what can we do to convert that into something usable for the general public. You said we were doing several millions of dollars in revenue, not profit. So
I said revenue.
Revenue.
I said revenue.
Yes. So just to clarify.
But I may also be prophetic. I may also be prophetic in saying profit.
Eventually. I see Mr. Imbert here, so we need to. So Fresh Start grew, as I said, from strength to strength. We have to, stay on top of our game. There are lots of competitors in the industry. I would say the beverage industry is probably one of the lowest barriers to entry because, anyone could go buy a bottle, buy a label, and, you can create a product and get it on the market. It's very easy to enter, but it's very difficult to stay in. So one of the, I think, key success factors is knowing what it costs to scale up and how to, take the next step. So you always have to keep your eyes on the horizon and make sure that, you're putting things in place in order to grow. Because you never want to stay stagnant, especially in such a competitive industry.
Thanks so much for that. Thanks so much for that, Marcus. Team, we need resources. I think we can all agree we heard it from our leaders. We need to operate at scale. And so I'm quite pleased that we have joining us, Derwin, you're on stage, of course, representative of USAID, Program Management Specialist in Economic Growth and Local Works Development at USAID. Derwin, as a follow-up to the meeting of the leaders of CARICOM and the US, and of course the DOMREP at the 9th Summit of the Americas, the very successful 9th Summit of the Americas, a food security subcommittee for the US and CARICOM and DR has been formulated. We're almost out of time. I'm going to cut straight to the chase with you on this one. What type of support is being offered by USAID to the region, and how can this support be accessed?
Well, thanks Daniel for that, and I wish to adopt the protocol already established. Coming out of the meeting that you've just mentioned, and I think our leaders made a very strong case for support in the US government. President Biden, Vice President Harris have pledged support, and I think you heard His Excellency President Ali refer to that in his speech earlier. Part of the work that we are doing right now in the region is looking at programming those funds. Right? Those funds have been pledged, but we have to look together with our key partners in the region. And this is work that we've already started together with the CARICOM Community Secretariat, Caribbean Community Secretariat, to look at the key areas and the priorities. Part of our challenges is that there are a lot of conversations happening. So we want to be able to pin down where the priorities are. I think the discussions we've been having have helped with that. I want to point very quickly to a couple of programs that we have on the ground. Of course, we're still in the process of developing a lot of the medium to long-term initiatives that I think would benefit the region. But I want to point to a particular program that I think is a good model for us, and we've been having discussions, bilaterals with a number of our member states
to see if there's an appetite for this type of program. So in Guyana, we have what we call the Economic Development Accelerator Program. And this program provides business training, coaching, other business development support, and most importantly, access to financing for MSMEs. And wherever we've gone in our deliberations, we keep hearing, and the data suggests that access to financing is one of the key challenges in this region. And so we're focusing a lot of our resources in that area. In our first cohort in Guyana, we provided non-dilutive capital to businesses that are in the agro sector but have a high potential for export. And so the training together with the capital, and in the first phase, we provided around 30,000 US per business in capital. We've since modified that program to include a zero interest loan component. And based on the early success of that program, we've seen now the IDB come on board for about 800,000 US. And so the intention there is not to maintain that, but to really push it off into the private sector. We expect that there will be private sector involvement in that, which will lend to the sustainability of the entire model. And so far we've seen the early success, and we expect that this type of program will grow. And as I said in our conversations with governments, and of course with our fellow development partners, FAO, IECA, CPSO, etc., we expect to have this type of model, this type of program replicated around the region. We see the value in it. And of course, there are lots of other programs that are happening. I just want to quickly also mention our Farmer to Farmer program, where we provide short-term assignments from key technical experts. We have these programs running in Guyana. We have one right here in Trinidad, and there's another in the Bahamas. But I think if we examine the mechanisms, which include financing mechanisms, there is an opportunity for us to expand that program. And in our deliberations as well with governments and partners, we have received requests for experts to be embedded in key areas where there's a need, where there's a capacity deficit. There are lots of other areas I would say, but I know we are.
Yes, unfortunately, we're out of time for this panel. Excellencies, all that is left really now for me to do is to invite you to join me in thanking our distinguished panelists for sharing these insights this morning in this productive discussion. Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And thank you to Daniel Best, who will be staying to moderate our final panel discussion this afternoon. The topic now would be agriculture, trade and investment. And joining the stage with Mr. Best, we have Executive Director of the Caribbean Poultry Association, Dr. Desmond Ali, CEO and Technical Director of CARICOM Private Sector Organization, Dr. Patrick Antoine, and representative for the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture delegation in Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Diana Francis. Just needed to reconfigure just a little bit, so welcome on stage, panelists.
Thank you, and welcome on stage, panelists. Agriculture, trade, and investment is a big topic. It's necessary for CARICOM to support private sector investors interested in cross-production and trade in food and agricultural products. we don't have a lot of time this morning, but we got a lot to unpack. And in keeping with my format earlier, we saw where the lady was an excellent opening batsman, or batter. So Dan, I'm going to turn to you, representative for ICA delegation here in TNT. Dan, share with us, what are the opportunities for technical cooperation provided by ICA towards the achievement of the goal of food security by 2025, or at least 25% displacement of imports by 2025?
Thank you, Daniel. It's good to be here. ICA welcomes the opportunity. I think the two critical words in that question you asked me was technical and cooperation. And I feel like a thorn in between the two roses, because as a development cooperation agency, ICA tends to go to the private sector to get funding for our TC. I believe the CPSO chairman mentioned, or he showed all the stages of the value chain. ICA operates in all the stages of the value chain. So we provide all kind of support for technical expertise, for building capacity and so forth, in marketing, including online marketing. Food safety is a critical area. The previous panel had the NovoLife, huge state-of-the-art technology. When they were setting up, one of our colleagues, one of my staff members was the one who gave the staff a training in food safety introduction. So it's critical, food safety, marketing, management capacity, innovation, transportation in terms of how you get the goods across, aesthetics. So we need to work with partners of the private sector. We've always been working with the government, but the private sector is critical. And as a matter of fact, we've had conversations with the private sector, the CPSO, from the very inception, in terms of advocating for inclusion of the agri-MSMEs into that 25 by 25. I know there's an issue of scale, and people always think about scale as getting the few huge private sector to do all the work, but think about scale as getting the multitudes of the micro and small enterprises and the collective power of those agri-MSMEs by also contributing to the scale of what we're trying to do in 2025. I've been talking to Dr. Antoine and indicating that, this 2025 is an ambitious target, but the big private sector alone cannot and will not achieve it. And therefore, we cannot exclude, we cannot disallow, we cannot discount the contribution of the agri-MSMEs. So we've been really, really focused on the agri-MSMEs. There are quite a few of them at the Expo, to ensure that their products are up to scratch in terms of safety, in terms of aesthetics, to get them into the mainstream market and distribution. And we're hoping the CPSO can help us with that. And as well, to bring innovation into their processes. So moving from the manual into automated, into manufacturing processes. And for that, a lot of them need to come out of the kitchen into processing facilities. And this is a gap in terms of processing facilities that are able to meet the needs of the micro and small enterprises. So we're really putting a plug, CPSO, for including and not discounting the contribution of the agri-MSMEs in scaling up that 25% that you mentioned. And one more number. Your organization, the CDB, has spoken about agri-MSMEs or MSMEs contribute 50% to employment and to GDP. So 50%, 25 by 25, agri-MSMEs, a huge sector across the Caribbean. I think it's time to get them up in the forefront and on the table.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. And we will hear from CPSO in a moment.
Yes.
But before we do that, Chairman Werner, in his opening remarks, spoke to poultry and the challenges we face with poultry. Dr. Ali, regionally, the top 3 producers of poultry products are Jamaica, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago. And yet still we import a substantial amount of poultry products. As Executive Director of the Caribbean Poultry Association, share with us, what is your association actively doing to reduce the cost of the import bill of poultry products in the region?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and for us to be part of this imaginative, innovative program. The Caribbean Poultry Association was formed in February of 1999, and I was one of the persons who was one of the founders of the association. And we had 2 objectives, just 2 alone. The first objective was to deal with the enormous amount of illegal imports coming into the region. illegal imports that were contributing to the issue of food fraud. And our second objective was to make the Caribbean self-sufficient and self-sustaining in poultry. And we have walked this road for 23 years. And I want to tell you that we have had our successes, we've had our failures, but I think the industry is on a firm footing. Let me just state that our poultry industry in the Caribbean, in the entire region, and the big producers are Belize, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, and Suriname. They are the big producers of poultry meat. Everybody produces eggs to a certain extent. And our consumption of poultry, we are a poultry-loving people. And our consumption of poultry in the Caribbean at the moment is somewhere in the region, it averages between 40 and 45 kilos per person per year. Our industry started about 60 years ago. And we are the only agribusiness in the region that has shown consistent growth year after year after year for 60 years. Right now, we produce 82% of the meat protein, of the animal protein consumed in the region. So what are we doing to maintain our industry, have it as a sustainable industry in the long term? Let me say that in the last 3 years alone, our industry has probably invested close to $120 million US, just in the last 3 years alone. We probably have throughout the region, in the six big producers, something in the region of 700 to 750 million US dollars worth of investment on the ground. And that doesn't include the birds. And we are part of an international industry. We are part of this global poultry industry that produces somewhere in the region of 120 million tons of poultry a year. And we in the Caribbean have the latest technology that anybody has. Our industry is as good as you'll find anywhere else in the world, and I can guarantee you that. The best example of the industry is in Belize. And I say that because the Belizeans have a fully integrated industry. They grow corn, they grow soybean, they produce their own hatching eggs, and they do a certain amount of genetic research. But they have the most integrated industry. The rest of us, we import hatching eggs, we import corn, we import soybean. Now, from the time that our association started in 1999, we started to address the issue of growing corn and growing soybean in the Caribbean. In fact, the first time we did that, we took at our expense a delegation from Belize, where they've been growing corn and soybean for the last 30 years. We took a delegation to Guyana to look at the opportunities in Guyana. And they thought, that delegation who had been growing corn and soybean in Belize, thought that Guyana was a perfect place to grow corn and soybean for the industry. Now bear in mind that we produce just somewhere in the region of just under 300,000 metric tons of poultry a year. That requires something of the order of 500 to 550,000 metric tons of poultry feed a year. So we need...
Ali, I don't want to cross you. I don't want to cross you and break your flow. But you just gave me an excellent segue. I will come back to the point. But you provided an excellent example of intra-regional movement, connection, and knowledge sharing.
Right.
And that really is given the time, is a perfect jump-off point for us to bring in the CPSO. So we will try to get back to that point. But Dr. Antoine, Patrick, my brother, we heard the insights from your chairman earlier this morning. And we also heard his passion for what CPSO is seeking to do. I was privileged to be in a forum previously where he left me with a quote that I've used frequently since then. He said, you know how you get things done? By getting things done. It's simple. So The CPSO, consistent with the ministerial task force mandate, is advancing further work that assesses the feasibility of the entire agri-food processes and value chain. I want you to share, we just heard about an example of knowledge sharing and trade in the region. How is the CPSO working to ensure inclusivity throughout the region and increase intra-regional trade opportunities? Coach that for us, please.
Thanks a lot, and of course, protocols followed. For us, the challenge when we embrace this opportunity presented by heads, as Chairman Warner put it when he first saw our CARICOM documents, is, Patrick, how are we going to get these 360-something priority opportunities executed? We need to narrow them down. And I think the first thing that we've done with the Ministerial Task Force is to do just that. We've narrowed it down. So we first went about narrowing this down to first 15 opportunities, and then the distinguished minister from Guyana, who I see here in the audience with us, implored us to include 4 more opportunities, which we've then studied. So we've now examined 19 opportunities, and we've not just done that at a superficial level. We've done that by drilling down and asking the hard questions on why haven't these opportunities been realized before. First issue, data and statistics. We've heard it this morning from 2 of the panelists. The region continues to need to focus a lot more on the data and statistics. It took us 6 months to clean up the data set to do this analysis. 6 months with statistics departments working, and I want to just acknowledge the support of the CARICOM Secretariat, without whose effort this would not have been possible. So we're helping by essentially bringing the data, information, and analysis to bear on this problem. Secondly, what is the nature of the problem? If we ask the wrong questions, we're going to get the wrong answers. Is the problem really an issue of us just not being able to counter imports, or are there things that are beneath the surface that we need to drill down to find? And we started finding them. 1, we found that we need to put an innovation, technology innovation strategy together. But this is not high-leveled. The strategy we're talking about, President Santoki mentioned yesterday the biotech firm in Suriname that is now dealing with biotech technology and bringing it to the problem of how we deal with mocha and black Sikatoga. That's the technology that's been missing. And the CPSO is now leveraging these technologies, not just in the region, but also outside the region. We've been sort of targeting replacing wheat imports, for instance, with cassava for flour production. 20% cassava, 80% wheat. We've actually found that there is technology across the globe where people are actually displacing wheat for cassava 1 for 1. In short, 1 pound of cassava is displacing 1 pound of wheat, not 20% of cassava and 80% of wheat. And we're now essentially trying to leverage that technology, right, by acting on behalf of firms in bringing that to bear on the problem. So quickly, we need an R&D strategy. We have funds in R&D. We need to repurpose those funds. We're finding the private sector firms that are able to repurpose those funds, either by some of their own or by leveraging the support of certain ministers, are able to solve the problems much more quickly. And also the quantum of funds. There's not enough funds in R&D. And so when you look at the region's R&D spend and the rest of the hemisphere, we're lagging behind. Thirdly, scale, scope. We often have tried to solve problems by going after it with pilot projects, a little bit at a time, chiseling away. What have we done? We've said, because the cassava producers have approached us with a firm here in Trinidad and Tobago that's leading. We have Nova, and we have another one called Slim Down 360. They approached us, and we thought about this problem as CPS. So working with them, we said we need to bring the brewers on board because they are able to displace high fructose corn syrup with cassava, and they're able to do that using massive volumes because the problem is scale. We then spoke to NFM, and we said, NFM, if you can leverage some of your own wheat imports by displacing it with cassava, that adds to the solution of scale. We also spoke to the food processing industry, with the private sector entities. And they said, yes, we're prepared to take the cassava fries and chips and other things. And so what we found is that there is this massive opportunity now of amalgamating Carib Brewery's demand, and they've given us $30,000 to assist in this regard as the first phase of funding, and NFM's demand, and the food industry's demand, and then we have a business case that we can then start presenting to the banks. But scale is not only, Ms. Francis is right about big opportunities, it's about finding the appropriate technology to deal with the opportunities that even micro and small firms are fit for purpose and fit for size to address. And we need to find those too. Then we need to leverage the International Development Cooperation Strategy. And we found that when we are very focused and targeted, and I heard Prime Minister Rowley himself this morning, and many others, we're finding that when we go to the international community, as we've done with ICA, what we said to ICA is that we want you to help us find the best cassava research technology institution in the hemisphere. And they directed us to an institution in Colombia called CLAYUCA. And we said to our colleagues around the region, we want you to help us in that problem. And they took us to a wonderful, very, very experienced technologist in Trinidad called Marcos Maiku, who has a company. And so leveraging all of these we're finding helps us to solve the problem. So we have the development cooperation strategy. Then, of course, we need the finance strategy, or the finance strategy. But finance, we're finding increasingly, is not the unique problem. The problem is how we get projects ready, and this is where we've approached you, so that we can get it presented to the right financial institutions. And I heard my dear colleague from the ADB talk about the performance of the micro fund in his Agricultural Development Bank. We've been finding that there is a silent revolution taking place in this region, where you have microfinance entities, not payday loans institutions, but microfinance entities. And our research shows that they're averaging 3% in terms of their default rates, 3%. And what we're finding is the issue is that their cost of borrowing is high because they are lending unsecured, they're lending, as we've heard, based on, typically on character, but also based on immovable assets. We're finding that if we can leverage those institutions with good track records and give them lower cost funding, then the legacy that's followed them, that they're ripping off, the economic operators, that we're able to address that by causing them to get lower cost financing which they can pass on. But what they do is a level, Ms. Francis, of hand-holding that the banks and so on are not well structured to do. So that's our finance development strategy that we're finding is important. And we're finding that when we come and we bring all of this together, we're able to address a problem that's been niggling us for 30 years. So what are we doing? All we're doing as CPSO is integrating this and acting, as it were, as the convener of all of these wonderful parts that are moving, that somehow someone needs to be there to hold so that they're able to be coordinated with each other.
And
that's
on
our
that
role.
point, I thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for that, Patrick. And look, you know, I know we're out of time, but I think these have been, we found a common thread here. There's no shortage of capital in the region. And developers, promoters would also say there's no shortage of projects. So what is the gap? The gap, as you just so eloquently put it, is the absence of a robust ecosystem to move capital.
Absolutely.
And look, we as CDB would be first to put our hand up. I think President Ali was quite gracious in his remarks by referring to us as a willing participant, and we are. At CDB, we've supported technical assistance, of course, to improve food security systems and food systems in Grenada, St. Lucia, food certification in Trinidad and Tobago, and irrigation in Jamaica. So we're doing some big things, but there's still a gap. And recognizing the constraints, even we have at CDB, as you know, in our discussions with you, what we know are putting in place is revamping our private sector initiative entirely to crowd in private capital such that we can respond at scale, and scale not leaving out, of course, the MSMEs, but also capturing the larger producers within our region. So, you know, we can go on about this. I take the point that President Ali said, this is a moment for us. I take the point that Prime Minister Rowley said, of course, and Prime Minister Morley, that we are at a watershed moment here, and future generations of our region are counting on what we do. And we would want to count this forum, and certainly the one in Guyana, as the point where the region turned to a much brighter future. Excellencies, again, I invite you to join me in thanking our distinguished panel for their insights. We thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderators. Thank you, Mr. Best, and panelists for that very enlightening and passionate discussion. I know that there's so much more, but I hope that it stimulated a lot of discussion that would happen over the lunch period. I'd ask Dr. Antoine to stick around because we now move to the third part of this, today's forum, the official signing of the Memoranda of Understanding that we will all bear witness to. So I would like to invite Dr. Patrick Antoine, CEO and Technical Director, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, to give a brief insight into the 3 memoranda that will be signed. So please welcome to the lectern, Dr. Patrick Antoine.
Thank you very much. In keeping with where we are and the urgency of getting to lunch and the Expo, I'm going to jump right into what is in fact a very brief introduction. As we all know by now, the CPSO has been established on this principle of inclusiveness, and I'm happy to say that today I sat in the audience and felt really happy about the work that my staff has done, because most of the panels had at least 1 or 2 firms that are members of the organization. And I just want to announce that we're well past 3,500 individual firms now. And as I saw the real parade of institutions this morning, we have really engaged with every single institution here in leaving no stone unturned in building the bridges that we need to build in the community. And the signing of these MOUs this morning is a continuation, or as you would say, a natural progression of that journey. And the MOUs today with the Caribbean Manufacturers Association, for instance, and the Caribbean Supermarkets Association, the Caribbean Agribusiness Association, these 3 MOUs are testament to the fact that the CPSO is really keen on keeping with its commitment and maintaining faith with being a service organization acting on behalf of all of the private sector. And so at the end of the signing today, what really are you to expect? I think what you would expect is that the MOUs will contribute to, firstly, facilitating of our commitments through data sharing and information sharing, particularly market sharing, which we've seen already with benefits to the smaller states and also to smaller firms. You will also see the building out of what is a value chain with actors along the chain wanting to sit in the same room where previously they felt that they were at conflict. But as it with poultry, when they sat together, they realized that there was this common interest that unified them all. And we're seeing the building out of that chain now by bringing the supermarkets on board fully, so that the issue that we've heard about with producers and middlemen having difficulties accessing the shelves, that problem is going to be at least solved, because we're able to bring them all together in concert with each other. And I think thirdly, you're going to see coming from all of this consolidated action from the private sector. The CPSO is a small secretariat that's predicated on leveraging what exists already, which is an immense capacity in the business support organizations in CARICOM, in the member countries themselves, and in the international development community. It's never going to be any major bureaucracy that you're dealing with. We call ourselves a technicariat because we are only here to give injections in terms of technical knowledge and analysis to this fast-moving agenda. And so we are really happy to be having today the signing of these 3 MOUs, and I'm going to turn back over to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Antoine. So joining Dr. Antoine, we've invited Chairman, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, Mr. Gervais Warner, and also Chairman, Caribbean Supermarket Association, Mr. Raji Dipti, to come and sign the MOU. Thank you very much. Mr. Warner, you can stay on stage, please, because we still have some other signings. So thank you, Mr. Dipti. So joining Dr. Antoine and Mr. Warner on stage to sign the next Memorandum of Understanding between the CARICOM Private Sector Organization and Caribbean Manufacturers Association would be Ms. Tricia Kusal, President, Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association. Thank you, Ms. Kusal. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vassal Stewart, Chairman, Caribbean Agribusiness Association, to join Dr. Antoine and Mr. Warner on stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So now we will be the signing of the declaration. So I would like to invite Dr. Patrick Antoine to now give a brief introduction to the signing of the declaration.
Thank you very much. And this occasion today of the Trinidad and Tobago Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 will endorse a political declaration between the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the community, by extension, and the CPSO, accompanied by an action plan with the overall aim of strengthening the regional capacity and resolve to address the critical issues of food and nutrition security, agricultural sustainability, and very important in every forum, the issue of resilience. And so what this declaration illustrates is the commitment of the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the CARICOM governments and the CPSO. And it's premised on prior mandates at the 31st and 32nd CARICOM Heads of Government meeting and the SDGs. Of course, the deadlines there are 2025 for the 25% reduction in food imports from extra-regional sources by 2025, and the UN SDGs, which really implores us in Target 2.1 to deal with food and nutrition security and to eradicate hunger. And in this regard, this declaration today that we are about to witness the signing of is a commitment to fully support these two mandates and commitments. And importantly for us in the private sector, as we've done the consultation, has been this issue of how do we ensure that there's going to be certainty and predictability when this crisis is over. And listening to the farmers in Guyana and many others who have actually taken this leap of faith in the past, when we had the high and rising cost of living in 2008, is how on this occasion do we know that when markets rebound, governments aren't going to undo the policy regime. And for us, this political declaration today is a new commitment, a new social community compact that all governments are in fact going to stay the course, recognizing that there are going to be these peaks and troughs, but that this issue of food security and resilience is paramount in our community. And for us in the CPSO, that is really what it represents, and I thought it important, coming from the farming community, to indicate what their concerns are. And for us, this predictability and this certainty comes from these political declarations. But it's also a commitment from us in the CPSO that we are going to be fully supportive of this regional agenda for food and nutrition security. Fully supported in the context of us being a service organization means that even as new mandates and new commitments are given, we recognize that we too have to be dynamic and responsive in reacting and in ensuring that our work continues to give the region the support that it needs to take the right decision. And for us, this is what this signing today represents. It is in fact an entrenchment of that commitment by all of the region's private sector, micro, small and medium size, that we are too joined in what we heard this morning in this commitment, which really has obligations and it also has rights and it has benefits, but we know that in this new social compact, we in the private sector do have a lot to contribute, and we do have a lot to undertake in terms of the investments that we're going to make and the commitment, the stick-to-itiveness, that we are not going to be opportunistic ourselves in retreating from these commitments when it's convenient to do so. And so this political declaration today imbues all of this, and it is our pleasure to be part of that signing with the distinguished Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And we see this as a joining of the political will with the political action. And we are proud to be part of that joining. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Antoine. Please welcome to the stage Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, who will join Mr. Gervais Warner, Chairman, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, to sign the declaration. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Warner. So now, I would like to invite Senator the Honorable Kazim Hussain, Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. Mr. Hussain considers himself a servant of the people, having worked in public life for over 40 years. He is a former mayor of San Fernando. His father was also a former mayor, so they have the distinct position of being the only father and son to hold that role. A former Minister of Rural and Local Government and now Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries for the last 5 months. To give the closing remarks, please welcome Senator the Honorable Kazim Hussain.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies, Ms. Natasha Jones, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Your Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Your Excellencies, Heads of States and the Government of the Caribbean Community, Dr. Carla N. Bennett, Secretary General of CARICOM, Honorable Ministers, other heads of delegation and senior officials, members of the Diplomatic Corps, permanent secretaries, distinguished captains of industry, the media, people of the Caribbean community, a special good evening. As the first servant in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, it is indeed an honor and privilege to bring closing remarks to this Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2 under the theme Transforming Agriculture Through Innovation and Investment. Your presence here today demonstrates your commitment to reducing the food import bill by 25% by 2025. It also reflects a commitment to a regional approach of tackling food security, climate change, sustainable issues in the agriculture sector. As our esteemed Prime Minister said earlier, we can no longer operate as you versus me, mine versus yours. We are one people and by extension, one community. According to a recent survey conducted by CARICOM and the United Nations Food Programme, an estimated 2.8 million people, or nearly 40% of the population in the English-speaking Caribbean, is food insecure. 1 million more than in April 2020. Moreover, high food prices continue to affect people's ability to afford a nutritious diet. In addition, inflationary pressures are at a all-time high, and the ongoing Russian-Ukraine crisis will continue to create an even more profound impact on the cost of essential goods and services across the Caribbean. Recognizing this, conversation surrounding food security commenced earlier this year in Guyana, where our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, pledged a commitment to advancing talks to ensure this matter remains at the top of the regional agenda. This morning's discussion exceeded my expectations from the panelists and the participants. I am pleased that we have been able to advance discussions to continue towards transformation through agriculture, innovation, and investment across the region. This forum is strategically aligned with the government's policy to improve local production, distribution, and value chain, thereby building and strengthening relationships between stakeholders, policymakers, potential investors, farmers, and distributors across the sector. In addition, discussions like these are necessary to agriculture, including thoughts on technology and investment, innovation ideas, such as a clean and sustainable energy solutions. As a member of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I am honored to witness this historic event, reaffirm our commitment to advancing the conversation and strengthening the foundation, shaping the architecture and implementing a viable solution to this plaguing this region. Before closing, let me take this opportunity to invite all present as we are viewing and listening to the public to experience this exhibition segment of the event taking place right across the Queen's Park, Savannah, over the next 3 days. I assure you that we will be greatly enlightened by the progressive steps taken in the agricultural booths at a local and regional level. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, I wish to thank all the distinguished speakers, participants. Your contributions and engagements cemented the success of this event. May God bless all of us, and I thank you sincerely.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Well, I know that you had a very, very full but very illuminating day, and you look forward to this lunch period. So, and of course, don't forget to take a look at the exhibition, as the Honorable Minister just mentioned. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we take leave for lunch, and this is the end of this part of the forum, please stand as the Acting President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. She has left the room. Okay, so I'd like to invite the heads of government, heads of state, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. I now invite the CARICOM country delegates, diplomatic corps, and ministers to take their leave. And of course, ushers will be outside to guide you accordingly. Thank you all. Enjoy your day.
As we continue with our goal of reduction of the food import bill throughout the region by 25% by 2025, this has been the start, the opening ceremony of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2, transforming agriculture through innovation and investment. We've heard quite a few key speakers today highlight on so many different things, so many different ways that we can improve in the region on our agriculture, how we can use different systems to really improve and get so much better, and how this entire forum and expo is going to help improve our region and our food security.